Hello, you guys. I'm going to try to pull you guys up on YouTube before we get started. So that I can watch along. Oh, you know what? I didn't put up a thumbnail. What? Hold on. Let me put up a thumbnail. I am so sorry. Let me see.
Oh, they can watch back
They can watch back what?
the stream.
Oh, I'm joined here by one of my daughters, my younger daughter. She's going to help me with this live. She will have likely some different opinions than I do, so it should be pretty interesting. But I want to upload my thumbnail because not having a thumbnail was not intentional. All right, let's hope that it updates. So, there's been a lot of talk. There are several videos I want to do. I kind of want to give you guys a brief update, although I doubt many of you are in the room yet since this is an unplanned live. Hold on, I want to go. Oh, sorry. Hey, you guys. I want to make sure that I can see you on YouTube and on the streaming app. So I kind of want to provide you guys an update, but I also don't want to provide you, like, I feel like I want to make my update a separate video because it's actually been pretty crazy, everything that's been going on. I want to say that I'm doing some things that are really significant. And there's been a lot of putting out of fires. And I want to share all that with you guys. But because this is about Project 2025, because yes, I've read it. I'm going to provide the proof that I read it in just a minute because you're going to see that I'm going to pull it up and it's highlighted for hundreds and hundreds of pages because I've been reading it. So I don't really want to get into an update because if I get into an update, it's going to really take a lot of time. And then I don't know. I have my daughter with me. So I was going to start from the beginning of Project 2025, but she really is only interested in the women's rights area.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to sit through the whole thing. So I'm trying to debate, should I do an update first or should I just dig into Project 2025? How do I want to do this? What do you guys want to do? Hi, Shar.
Hello.
Hello, Faith. Chaos. Yes, I've read it. Well, to be honest, I was outside talking to my daughter and I'm around 700 pages in. So I have not read the last 200 pages, but I wasn't going to do this live until I read the last 200 pages. But I was outside talking to my daughter about it. She was like, she's volunteering at our church's camp, like working with horses. And they've been talking about Project 2025. Crazy, right? That the teenagers are talking about it. And she was saying people were telling her it was going to take away women's rights. And I said, well, Bella, I am reading Project 2025 right now. I'm about 700 pages in, and I can tell you that that's not true because I've actually read it. So to be fair, I am exactly about 650 pages into Project. In fact, let me just show you guys because I want you guys to know that it's not a joke. I really read this. Hold on.
Can I go grab it?
Hold on. I'm not using two monitors. Y'all are tripping. Okay, let's see. Can you guys see it? All right. So this is Project 2025. I want you guys to look on this side because, well, can I even make that side bigger? No, I can't. Okay, I want you guys to look at the thumbnails. And you will see throughout Project 2025, you will see that I've highlighted stuff. So I not only did I read it, but like all of the advisory board, I went and I researched each company except for the ones in blue. The ones in blue I didn't do. But all of the other people, like companies that contributed to Project 2024, I went and I researched all of them. So I didn't just read it like I really read it. And then let's just scroll down. You can see on the thumbnail over here, on the thumbnails of it, that you can see that I've read through it. Like this is page 46, but let's go down. This is page 75. Like, let's go down further because this is hundreds of pages long. This is page, 217? Let's keep going. Because like I said, I've read about 650 pages. This is page 300, and I've highlighted. So the way that my highlights work, anything in yellow, I'm just going to go over it for information purposes. Anything in red, I disagree with. Anything in blue, I think is worth a conversation. And then we have some things that are in green. Wait, I already said I agree with. Yeah, anything in green are greens that are things I agree with. And I think in some places I used purple. Let me try to find a place that I used purple. Like here. These are things that I'm just not sure about, but I think are worth a discussion. So like I said, I read it. And it just depends. Like, this is page 4. Well, I meant to go to page 47. Well, you can tell the page numbers here, 454, and the page numbers over here are different. I'm not sure why, but they are. So who's to say? So long story short, yes, I read it because I'm not, the Bible says do everything with the understanding. So I wasn't going to pass judgment on it without reading it. With that said, I'm going to format this a little bit different than I planned on formatting it. So as I said in the beginning, I researched all of the advisory, so the whole advisory committee. So let me go back up there really quick. So where are they at? Hold on, let me find them. So the advisory board, I actually researched I'm scared if I highlight it, it's going to really highlight it. I researched all of these. Here, I'll highlight it green so it's consistent. I researched all of these. I researched all of these. I didn't do this one because I couldn't get information on it. I researched those. And then these ones in blue, I did not research them. Specifically, when I was researching these various organizations that were part of the advisory board, I was looking for if there was Black representation. If there was Black representation, then I researched the Black people that were part of that organization. So any books they had done, any interviews they had done. So I wanted to know who contributed to this on more than a superficial level. And then I proceeded to just read it and highlight the things I thought were worth talking about. This video is not going to be for everybody. Some people really just want to be mad or agree with Project 2025. You're pro or you're con it, but they've never actually looked at it. They're only listening to people who do commentary. They're listening to people who claim they read it. I've definitely been to videos where people claim to have read it, and they're kind of going over the bullet points that everybody's talking about, whereas I've actually read it. So I'm going to definitely cover a lot of things that were not talked about in any other video that I have seen. mostly because people didn't read it. And more than that, I'm going to be putting it on the screen so that you can see what I'm talking about. So you can say that we're not going to read it every single word because ain't nobody got time to be online reading, a dang near 1,000 page document. But we can go through the key points. So I've read through it for you and I've touched on all the things that might be interesting or controversial from my opinion. So anyway, my original plan for this presentation, let me see if I can show it to you. Hold on. I'm going to stop sharing really quick. I just want to show you what I did. Hold on. Let me see if I could do it. Okay, I'm going to share. So I'm going to present, share screen, share screen. I'm going to share my entire screen really quick. Okay, so try to ignore StreamYard, okay? So hold on. Darn, hold on. I got to stop sharing. I pulled the wrong folder. Hold on. All right, let's try this again. So when I originally was going to do this, and I have to share my entire screen because I want to go into a folder, and then I'll go back to it. So I have this, and so you have authors. And so I researched, and then I pulled photos of all the authors. I want to say for Trump saying that for Trump to be on a tip that he doesn't know anything about Project 2025 is an absolute lie. Because you see all these American flags? A lot of these people were part of Trump's cabinet. He knows these people, like literally. He knows a lot of these people. There are only 2 Black contributors. Everybody knows Ben Carson. So he's one of the Black contributors. And then Chiron Skinner is the other Black contributor. So these are people who actually wrote Project 2025. So I want to be clear about that. These are the people who actually wrote it. Many of these people are people who have held positions in government, high-ranking positions. I'm not, because I have my daughter with me and she's not going to be able to sit through all the commentary about all the authors because, she's a teenager and I want to just get to the part of Project 2025 she's interested in. But I will go back after me and her do our part and I will go through who all contributed to this and how they are related to Donald Trump, more specifically. So it's hard for me to believe that he doesn't know anything about this because that's what he said. I think I actually have a video of him. Yes, I do. Where he claims he doesn't know. Let's listen to it. He said some of them he knows who they are. I promise you, and you guys know, I am not biased against Trump. The first time he ran for office, I was all about it. I was pro-Trump the first time he ran for office. I don't know what he's on this time. I don't know what his timing is. I mean, screw Biden, screw Kamala. Y'all know I don't rock that way. But I don't know what Trump is on. He does not know some of the people. He knows most of the authors of this. Most of the, not some of the authors, most of the authors. Let's be clear, his vice president is on one of the his vice president is on one of the companies that is on the advisory board. So if your vice president contributed to 2025, how do you not know about it? Give me 1 second. Okay, so I don't believe him. Okay. Oh, you couldn't hear the video? Stop. How come you couldn't hear the video? Let's try this again. Let me try it again. Thank you for saying that. I couldn't see you guys because, my whole screen is covered. You guys saw what I could see. Share the sound. Okay. To share audio, share a tab instead. But it won't let me.
Is it not showing you? See, it says also share tab audio.
But it won't let me share.
Is there a way for you to transfer this onto Chrome?
Oh, well, this is all Chrome, but I can transfer it over here. Let me see if that will work. It's got to play an ad, I think. Okay. Let's try this again. All right. I'm going to try again. Can you guys see that? Because I cannot see you. Hold on.
But if you can't see them, how you know if they can see?
Oh, yeah, they can see it. Okay, cool. Now, all I need to do is get the volume on. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again.
The other side's going around trying to make me sound extreme, like I'm an extremist. I'm not. I'm a person with great common sense. I'm not an extremist at all. Like some on the right, severe right, came up with this Project 25, and I don't even know. I mean, some of them I know who they are, but they're very, very conservative, just like you have. They're sort of the opposite of the radical left, okay? You have the radical left and you have the radical right, and they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is, it's Project 25. He's involved in Project, and then they read some of the things and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme. But I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything about it. But what they do is misinformation and disinformation, and they keep saying, he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week, I took a bullet for democracy. What did I do against them?
And I'll talk about his assassination, the assassination attempt against him. Obviously, that was BS. And I think conservatives are really dropping the ball with how they are handling Kamala, which is a shame because the man almost got shot in the head and, we could do better. But so my point is, many of the authors of Project 2025 are, and I'm going to go back to sharing my full screen again. Many of the authors, as I just showed you, and I'll go into depth later about that, of Project 2025 are close friends with Trump, were appointed by Trump. Also, something that is important to note is that a lot of the authors of Project 2025 also have held high-ranking positions in the United States government over time. So both recently and in the distant past, many of them are from Trump's cabinet. All right. Also, when it goes to the contributors, I can't really get into this. And I can't remember which one of these his vice president is a part of. Do I want to click through all of these? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out. It's one of the last ones I did. Anyway, like I said, I researched all of the board of advisors, and his vice president is on the board of advisors for Project 2025. So the fact that he's saying he knows nothing about it, the people, if he's calling, let's be clear, if he is saying that the people that contributed to Project 2025 are extremely on the right, then his vice president is extremely on the right, period. So I don't know why he's criticizing them when his vice president is part of the advisory board, right? And I'm going to vet that out. I'm going to take you to the, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to do it later in this live stream. Again, because I have my beautiful child here with me, one of my daughters, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to do some commentary on it. So let me share my screen again. And all right, let's get into it. So I'm going to start with page 482, just because that's the part my daughter is interested in, y'all. I was going to start from the beginning, but I was surprised that she wanted to talk about it. And I was like, well, I'm going to do a live on this. So do you want to come in on my live? And she was like, sure. And I was like, okay, this will be interesting. I don't know what she's going to say. My children have freedom of thought. So, I don't know what'll come out of her mouth. I know that she has some different opinions on abortion than I do. So it'll be interesting. So for the sake of my daughter, we're going to start on page 482 because this is the section of Project 2025 that's probably getting the most attention publicly, even though I still don't think people have even read this section. And it's also the part of Project 2025 that she is most familiar with. But I want to tell you guys, this whole document is worth a read. It really is. And for those of you who weren't here for how I explained how I color coordinated, anything that is in green, I agree with. Anything that is in red, I disagree with. Anything that is in blue, I think is worth a discussion or I was unclear on. And anything in yellow is just information that I think, should be covered. I did not highlight a lot of this. Oh, and the stuff in purple is the stuff where I'm like, what? Are you crazy? There's some purple areas as well. So the thing that I want to say about this is the reason, outside of the fact that it's 900 and something pages, that I'm not going to read every single word of this to you is because the one area that I'm very disappointed in Project 2025 is there's a lot of ranting. Like, I don't need to know your opinions, your thoughts. Just get to the point. What are you recommending? I promise you, like 50% of this document are just random rants and outrage. So you'll see what I mean as we're going through it. So I think the part of this document that people are most outraged about is the area that falls under the Department of Health and Human Services. But I want to be clear that this document actually covers a lot more than that. So maybe I want to back up a little bit. And we will go through all of these sections. Like I said, I'm just starting with Health and Human Services so that, before my daughter gets tired of hanging out with us, we can get to the part that she's interested in. I won't make her sit through 400 pages before we do it. So it goes through the Common Defense, so the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State, all of the intelligence community. It even goes into dealing with the media, Agency for International Development. Then it goes into the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Education. That's an interesting read right there. The Department of Energy is actually more interesting than you would think. Environmental Protection, Department of Health. Do you see where I'm going with this? They are fixating on one tiny part of Project 2025. But I have to tell you, I learned more about our governmental structure. Some of the agencies and some of the policies that were referred to in this document, I had never heard of before. And I had to actually go read the policies, read the statutes, so that I could understand what they were talking about. So this is all very interesting. I don't really care about the Department of Veterans Affairs, like whatever. I don't plan to really go into that. That's why it's in red, but it's there. So this document is not just about Health and Human Services and women's rights and trans. This document picks apart every single agency of our government, picks it apart, and provides recommendations. And like I said, we're going to start with Health and Human Services, but I am going to go over the whole thing because, what's the point in reading hundreds of pages of document if I'm not going to do a live on it so that you guys don't have to read it if you don't want to. You going back out? Okay. The next time you come in, it's the last time. Okay. Got your watch? Nope. Okay.
It's on the.
Make your estimate good. All right. So 482. You guys know that I'm a mom full time. Oh, I want to do this. I want to do another video. I have so many videos I want to do. I can't wait to update you guys on what's been going on. I think I'm going to do that privately though, because y'all, so much has been going on. And I want to share a little bit about my personal life and just the huge things I've been doing in my own local community. Anyway, so with that said, let's get into Department of Health and Human Services. And then after we do the bulk of this, I will back up to the beginning of it and we'll have like a conversation. All right, so let's go.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so their number one goal is to protect life, conscience, and bodily integrity. And basically, and I'm here for those of you who are wondering where I'm at, I'm up here. Maybe I can make it a little bigger for you. I'm trying to see what you see. All right. So I completely agree with that goal, which is from the moment of conception, every human being, you guys know that I'm pro-life. From the moment of, and I'm anti-abortion. I'm comfortable with saying that I'm anti-choice. I'm anti-choice. I don't think anybody should be able to choose to kill their baby. So shoot me. From the moment of conception, every human being possesses inherent dignity and worth, and our humanity does not depend on our age, stage of development, race, or abilities. The secretary, and this goes into what they're recommending, must ensure that all HHS, so Health and Human Services, programs and activities are rooted in a deep respect for innocent human life from day one until natural death. Abortion and euthanasia are not healthcare, and I agree with that. That is why it is in green. Goal number 2, empowering patient choices and provider autonomy. Ooh, I'm going to tell you right now, I love this section. This is something most people are going to really get on board with. All right. So basic economics holds that costs tend to decrease and quality and options tend to increase where there is a robust and free competition in the provision of goods and services. Healthcare is no exception. Healthcare reform should be patient-centered and market-based and should empower individuals to control their healthcare-related dollars and decisions. Of course, providers who deliver healthcare also need the freedom to address the unique needs of their patients. States should be the primary regulators of the medical profession, and the federal government should not restrict providers' ability to discharge their responsibilities. So this is a common theme through every section of Project 2025. It is returning power back to the states. Closing up government, although to be honest, in some places they try to expand government, but about 90% of the time they're trying to close off government and put the power in the hands of the states. Now, what I don't agree with, it says, or limit their ability to innovate through government pricing controls or irrational Medicare or Medicaid reimbursement schemes. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I think in a practical way, it's kind of a twofold situation. They do greatly underpay providers. So I'm going to give you a perfect example, okay? When we first got the house that we're currently at, you know that we live in multiple states. When we first got the house that we were currently at, and my daughter can attest to this, the first dentist we picked was just a dentist that we knew took our insurance. Now, some time came and my elder daughter needed her retainers remade, and we were happy with that dentist. I mean, they were okay. But when we tried to make an appointment, they were like, absolutely not. Now, all the time that I was going to this dentist, we weren't paying any copay. And I was like, oh my gosh, our insurance is so good. Do you know what I mean? And it is pretty good insurance. I don't have anything to do with it. Obviously, it's through my husband, but you get it. So when I tried to get an appointment for my daughter to get a fresh set of retainers, we couldn't get an appointment because they had lost a lot of their dentists. And apparently they take state medical coverage. And so because they had lost a lot of their dentists due to the fact that they were being underpaid, because the government regulates how much they'll pay for any given service, they were only taking medical coverage, and well, they were prioritizing, I should say. They were prioritizing people with state medical coverage. So we couldn't get an appointment. Now, this turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to us. Would you agree, Bella?
Yeah.
Because tell them about how nice our new dentist is. It's so nice.
It's like, it's so insane.
Wait, can you guys hear her? She has a really soft voice.
Yeah, I really do have a soft voice. I'm getting towards
Yeah.
the
Well, the
speaker's
speaker's right
okay.
here.
It's insane how it is, because usually I don't enjoy going to the dentist because it reminds me of the doctor's office, and for some reason I despise that place. Anyway, it's like if a really if how do I explain, like a hotel's lobby got turned into a dentist's office. It was insane.
Yeah, our dentist is like a luxury dentist office. Like they serve cookies and hot chocolate and cider. They have and tea. They have cold water bottles. They have like a menu. You can get aromatherapy. You can get a stress ball. You can get a blanket. You can get like chapstick. It's their own brand of chapstick. It's like a luxury experience. Essentially, like there's a menu of things to make you comfortable, and like you can open up the menu and order as many things off of it as you want to make your dentist visit comfortable. Now, my insurance still pays the same amount for our dental service, but I promise you I never leave that dental office without paying at least $150. I think when I took all 3 of the kids, because I try to schedule appointments in bulk, I paid about $600 out of pocket. All right. So this is the experience. Like with the first dentist, they were fine. They did preventative care. I never had any out-of-pocket expense because our insurance would max out, but also because that dentist was serving people that have government insurance as well. They were capped with how much they could charge. When I went to a dentist that does not accept government insurance, our insurance is still great and I do pay more, but the experience is so much better. So I'm really conflicted. Like, I think it's great to open up the market. And we've had other great dentists. I'm just talking about in this area, because depending on what state we're in, we have different medical coverage. In this area of service, I can see how pricing controls can be damaging. For sure, people with state medical coverage, their children, if you don't pick your dentist right, could end up in dental mills where they're just like ripping all their teeth out their mouth. You gonna say something?
Oh, no. I was shivering. A pleasant thought.
So, you just never know, right? Oh, you guys, and if you're curious about, I might do like a vlog when we're like actually at the dentist, just so you can see how it is very nice. But on the other side, I think, like I said, our first dentist lost a lot of dentists because they weren't getting paid. Now, the dentists at this other place are super nice. I mean, they ought to be nice. They're getting paid so much. So that's why I'm like a little bit on the fence. And that's why this is in red, because I can see the benefits to pricing control. Like, let's say we didn't have much money. right? I couldn't afford to take my kids to the dentist, and after my insurance does their part, I still owe $600, which they make you pay on the spot, right? It would be good to go to a dentist where I could still use my insurance and not have to pay any extra money, and my children still have healthy teeth. So for me, I think those pricing controls have pros and cons. The pro is if a person has dental insurance, a hardworking individual, and they go to a dentist that's serving people with state insurance, they likely will not have a copay, or their copay will be very late, or very late, very low. The downside is, like what happened at our dentist office, many dentists quit because they weren't making enough money, which in turn probably worked out. I guess that's why they started prioritizing the state people, because you had people like me coming in, and I wasn't trying to take anything away from people with less money. I had no idea the dentist served many different types of people. We just picked a dentist in our network. But I can see why they stopped serving people like me, right? Because I left and I was unharmed by being forced out of that dentist. We just ended up at a luxury dentist office. We can afford that. But it did mean that like we were not able, like we're not allowed to go to that dentist anymore because they are so limited in their resources. So there's a plus and a con to that. It says the federal government should refocus on reform. Yes, I agree. There should be both. There should be both. I agree. And you said it's a double-edged sword. I'm positive that it is. That seems to be what I see as well. I don't think there's a right or a wrong way. I think you just need to open it up. But there's some interesting things that they get into here. They say the federal government should focus on reform and reducing burdens of the regulatory compliance, unleashing innovation in the healthcare delivery, ceasing interference in the daily lives of patients and providers, and allowing alternative insurance coverage options. The returning control of healthcare dollars to patients to make decisions with their providers about their health. What they actually start proposing is they're basically proposing healthcare choice, where a person that is getting government insurance can choose outside of the government's insurance network. So if you can imagine, let's say you have Medicaid, being able to choose my luxury dentist. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, there has to be some kind of cap. Again, I paid $600 more when I took my family to the dentist. I don't know if I want, on one hand, I'm like, yeah, go do that. Like, take your Medicaid and go to any dentist you want. On the other hand, do people want the tax burden of paying so you can go to my luxury dentist where it costs $600 more than the standard care? I don't know, right? But that is essentially what they are proposing, as you'll see. But before we get to their healthcare choice part, they go in on families. So they want to promote stable and flourishing married families. And I obviously agree with this because I have it in green. Families comprise of a married father, mother, and their children, and are the foundation of a well-ordered nation and a healthy society. Unfortunately, family policies and programs under President Biden's Health and Human Services are fraught with agenda items focusing on the Rainbow Committee, subsidizing single motherhood, de-incentivizing work, and penalizing marriage.
What does penalizing mean?
Like if you are married, you can't get as many services.
I see.
These policies should be repealed and replaced by policies that support the formation of stable married nuclear families. I agree. If you want healthy households, you have to create an environment that creates a net for families where it is more beneficial to people to have fathers and mothers in the home together. You do not need luxury to get proper care. Exactly. Working fathers are essential to the well-being and development of their children. I 100% agree. But the United States is experiencing a crisis of fatherlessness that is ruining our children's futures. In the overwhelming number of cases, fathers insulate children from physical and sexual abuse, financial difficulty or poverty, incarceration, teen pregnancy, poor educational outcomes, high school failure, and a host of other behavioral and psychological problems. By contrast, homes with non-related boyfriends present are among the most dangerous place for a child to be. Health and Human Services should prioritize married father engagement in its messaging, health and welfare policies. I agree with all of this. Single parent households are substandard to households with two parents in them. Whenever possible, children should have a mother and a father, a male and a female parent. It just makes a better household. It is true. Now, I'm not saying that a woman alone or a man alone cannot do their best, but I am saying that it will always be substandard to two loving, I want to say, because all moms and dads that are single are not great, and all married people are not wonderful towards their children. But it is more stable, right? All other things being equal, for a mother and a father to be in the home. In the context of current, so like I said, this is Project 2025, you guys. So far, I mean, there are things I had problems with, but so far, it's not the end of the world, right? In the context of current and emerging reproductive technologies, Health and Human Service policies should never place the desires of adults over the rights of children to be raised by biological fathers and mothers who conceive them. In cases involving biological parents who are found by a court to be unfit because of abuse or neglect, the process of adoption should be speedy, certain, and supported generously by Health and Human Services. I cannot agree more. I don't know how many of you know somebody that was stuck in the foster care system. I don't know how many of you know somebody that another family member was willing to take that child, but they got caught up in the bureaucracy of Health and Human Services. I absolutely, I'm sorry. I thought that was a bug.
Oh, no. Sorry. My body tends to temperature, so I've been holding my cup, so my hand's super cold.
I absolutely agree that if a child has an unfit father and an unfit mother, the priority should be getting that child into another home, adopted, not in the foster care system. What do you think about that?
I actually, ironically, know a girl, and she was in foster care for a long time without getting adopted. It wasn't until one of her aunts ended up taking her in, and she was telling, because we had similar pasts, and she said, yeah, or not similar, but we had a couple things we had in common. And she was saying, I went through a lot of abuse in those different homes, and skipping through them took a large toll on my mental health. And I think personally that's a great idea because, what was I saying? I forgot. Oh, right. Because from what I've read and what I've seen and heard, skipping throughout household, like from house to house, parent to parent, you never know who you're going to interact. You could end up with a very abusive person, and you could end up with like a man who just is overall sexually abusing you. You could end up with any sort of family. So doing it fast and finding a stable home for the child, and of course it's not always going to end up perfectly. I'm sure that you'll end up or somebody will end up in a terrible home at some point, but without the hustle of making, especially if they're smaller children, that would be a lot to go through. So I think that that's an excellent idea.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I like that somebody thought of this. It goes on to say,
yeah, children do abuse each other from learning behavior.
Yes. Preparing for the next health emergency. This was one that I thought was worth talking about, but I don't know that if I'm completely on board with everything in it. So it goes on to say, The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated how catastrophic a micromanaging, misinformed, centralized, and politicized federal government can be. Basic human rights, medical choice, and doctor-patient relationship were trampled without scientific justification. It goes on to say that every one of the, and I told you guys, I'm going to skip around. I'm not going to read every word. Every one of the overreaching policies during the pandemic, from lockdowns and school closures to mask and vaccine mandates or passports, received its supposed legal justification from the state of emergency declared and renewed by the Health and Human Services Secretary. Unaccountable bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci should never again have such broad, unchecked power to issue health guidelines that will certainly be the basis for federal and state mandates. I don't see anything wrong with that. I agree. One person should not be able to do that.
What does that mean?
Bureaucrats, policymakers.
I see.
Goal 5. Thank you, Freedom's March. It's good to see you too. Goal 5, instituting greater transparency, accountability, and oversight. All right. So again, we're going to read the whole thing, but we're just doing health and human services right now. We must shut and lock the revolving door between government and big pharma. I was actually surprised they put this in here. There's a lot about regulating how big pharma is manipulating government in here. I was actually surprised by this. Like everything that's about to follow in the next page, I was pretty surprised about. And I don't know what I expected. I guess I expected them to be in the pocket of big pharma too. And it's like the opposite. So they said we must shut and lock the revolving door between government and big pharma. Regulators should have a long cooling off period on their contracts. 15 years would not be too long. That prevents them from working for companies that they have regulated. Similarly, pharmaceutical company executives should be restricted from moving from industry positions into regulatory agencies. I don't see a problem with that. Absolutely. There is no reason that a lawmaker who is rewarded for doing what big pharma wants should be able to leave government and go get a high-paying job at a pharmaceutical company. There is also no reason that somebody from a pharmaceutical company should suddenly leave that drug company and be able to be hired as part of the regulating body for pharmaceuticals. For pharmaceuticals. That's clearly a conflict of interest. And the fact that they say they don't think that 15 years would not be too long means that it's going to be a big gap between what you did for work and you being in a position where you can be manipulated or where you can play both sides of the fence. I'm all for removing that conflict, right? Oh, you might be right, Frida B. You might be right. You might be right. Maybe he is in big pharma's pocket. That you might be right. I don't know. That is a good point. So it goes on to say, looking at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC should be split into 2 separate entities. So this is a big change they want to make. They want to break up the CDC, but their reason is so good, you guys. The CDC should be split into 2 separate entities housing 2 distinct functions. On the one hand, the CDC is now responsible for collecting, synthesizing, and publishing epidemiological, I cannot say that word, data from the individual states, a scientific data gathering function. This information is crucial for the medical and public health researchers around the country. On the other hand, the CDC is also responsible for making public health recommendations and policies, an inescapably political function. At times, these 2 functions are in tension or clear conflict. That is true. Like you're collecting data, which is necessary, right? But then on the other side of the coin, they are making health recommendations. It goes on to say these distinct functions should be separated into two entirely separate agencies with a firewall between them. We need a national epidemiological, I cannot say that word, agency responsible only for publishing data and required by law to publish all of the data gathered from states and other sources. And we need a separate agency to be responsible for public health with a severely confined ability to make policy recommendations. The CDC can and should make assessments as to the health costs and benefits of health interventions, but it has limited to no capacity to measure the social costs or benefits they may entail. And then they give an example. For example, how much risk mitigation is worth the price of shutting down churches? And this is, listen, I don't know about this mess. This is where, you know what I said, like they go off in the left field sometimes? Like I'm Christian, but you're off in the left field, right? They start complaining about how the CDC shut down churches on the holiest days of the year. And how can the CDC decide between what is spiritually valuable and what is physically valuable? I think that was a really bad example. That's why it's in blue. Because I'm like, for real, like I'm Christian, but we don't need all that. You made a good case. The CDC needs to be separated. The data collection portion of the CDC can remain, right? Can remain or can become a separate entity. The public recommendation and regulation portion needs to be separated from data collecting. All the data should be aggregated, regardless of whether or not it fits in with people's opinions. All of the research data should be aggregated and made public. And then a separate agency should make recommendations, and there should be a firewall there so that no manipulation can be done. All the extra stuff that they do is unnecessary. All right, let's go to conflicts of interest. There was a time when the CDC could not make money from the pharmaceutical industry, but in 1992, the agency discovered a loophole in federal law that allowed it to accept pharma contributions through the nonprofit CDC Foundation. You know, this is a hustle, y'all. This is a hustle that lots of organizations use, and if you have a business, you should use it too. You have a for-profit business, and then you create a foundation, so a nonprofit. And your nonprofit can funnel money into your for-profit business. All right? So that's what the CDC did. The CDC couldn't take money from Big Pharma. So what they did is they created a foundation, a nonprofit, that could take money from Big Pharma. Everybody does it. And by everybody, I mean pretty much every college, every school district, like everybody does it. And the CDC did it too. So they essentially say that that needs to stop. The CDC they are recommending that the CDC no longer is able to use its foundation to collect money from Big Pharma because it is a conflict of interest. I don't see a problem with that, right? Now, something I do see a problem with, maybe, is what is in blue, which is essentially they want to prioritize electronic collection and dissemination of privacy-protected data so that when the information comes in, it can make it to healthcare workers and policy workers faster because it's all digital. My bias is simply that I don't want a fully digital system. I feel like it's getting too, like, and maybe this is the Christian in me, it's getting too, like, ready for the Antichrist for me. Do you know what I mean? It's getting too, like, everything going digital. I like some tangible aspects. So I think for me, I would like a tangible backup system. So maybe like to disseminate that information quickly, you do it digitally, right? So you prioritize it digitally. But then there is a physical backup, like a tangible backup for that.
Yeah, I agree with that opinion because, and not just because of the Antichrist, but if everything was built on electronics and that was our main system, then if it were to backfire, then our what is it called? My brain isn't working. Our foundation that if it went to the point where it was so big that it was how we mainly like connected and got our information, if that were to fall down, then our foundation would also fall, and that would put us in a very vulnerable. Did I say that right?
Yeah, vulnerable.
I can't say it. It's one of the words I cannot say. Vulnerable.
You did it fine.
Okay. Position, and that could, in the end, backfire immensely.
Yes. Also, free to be, what you're just saying is exactly a great point, which is we just saw when you have data that needs to be encrypted and protected from hacking, we just saw that almost every single computer system that was using the world around the world, major security company for those types of data shut down. They say because of an update. So, we have to think about like vulnerability as well. Like I wasn't even thinking about vulnerability, but that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. And I just don't trust people like that. I mean, I'm gonna just go back to my original point. Like, I don't trust you like that, government. I don't trust everything to be digital. We can prioritize it, but we need to have tangible backups. Respect for life and consciousness. The CDC should eliminate programs and projects that do not respect human life and conscious rights and that undermine family formation. It should ensure that it is not promoting abortion as healthcare. It should fund studies into the risks and complications of abortion and ensure that it corrects and does not promote misinformation regarding the comparative health and psychological benefits of childbirth versus the health and psychological risks of intentionally taking a human life through abortion. I agree with this. There's no reason that the CDC should promote abortion, period. There's no reason. Also, there is not good data, and they go into this. There's not good data on how many women are harmed through abortion because they are not required to report. So that brings us to data collection. I mean, even if you're pro-abortion, I don't know that the CDC needs to promote it. So if you are for abortion, or if you believe that women should have the choice to abort or not abort, we should all be able to agree that the CDC should be neutral. It should not be promoting anything. And it should be collecting all data. Even if you agree with abortion, you should want the CDC to collect accurate data to ensure that women are safe. It goes on to say, under data collection, the CDC's abortion surveillance and maternity mortality reporting systems are woefully inadequate. CDC abortion data are reported by states on a voluntary basis. I have a problem with this. And California, Maryland, and New Hampshire do not submit abortion data at all. Accurate and reliable statistical data about abortion survivors, so children who don't end up dying because after an abortion.
How does that work?
It works. It happens.
Abortion, because after you go home, you
No, that is for an earlier term abortion. When the baby's very small.
Wait. You're allowed to do it when they're bigger?
Yeah, you can do it when they're bigger.
Okay, I'm against that because then they've clearly matured quite a bit in their stage of life. So that's I don't like that idea.
There are definitely cases, and although it's rare to do an abortion later, in the pregnancy. It is legal in many places. And
Why?
so when those children survive, we should have that data. And here's the thing, we don't know how rare it is. Okay, let me actually correct what I just said. Because of the fact that the reporting is not mandatory, we actually can't argue that it happens very rarely. I mean, I'm so conditioned to say it's rare, it's rare, it's rare, but how do we know that it's rare when there's no mandatory reporting? How do we know that late-term abortion is not way more prevalent when people are not required to report it? When healthcare agencies are not required to report it? We can't say. We don't have full stats. So I believe that everything should be reported with regard to abortion. Accurate and reliable statistical data about abortion, abortion survivors, and abortion-related maternal deaths, because that's another thing, women do die from abortion, both the abortion pill and dilation and extraction. Women die, but because they are not required to report abortion stats, we can never know how many women are dying. We'll never know. So I am all for collecting this information because at the very least, I don't ever think that we'll get rid of abortion. I think it's unfortunate that we won't get rid of abortion, but at the very least, because we cannot get rid of all abortion, women should know how dangerous or safe it is. Women should know exactly how many women are dying nationwide. Women should know the chances, how many late-term births are happening, how many of those babies are born alive. Women should know if women are injured during abortions. Women should know how many abortions are happening in their given area. We should be forcing abortion providers to be mandatorily releasing their statistics.
So sorry to interrupt, but I'm kind of lost because most of them are talking about divorce, and then you're talking about abortion, and at some point I zoned out and got extremely confused.
Oh, hey, Sin. Oh, happy birthday, Sin.
Oh, happy birthday.
Do you remember Cynthia?
Mhm. I don't know.
Bella still remembers you, Cynthia. She's here with me. She said happy birthday too. I don't know if you heard her. But what was your question? You asked a question, Cynthia? Where'd you go? What happens to women who are abused in relationships? Are they being forced to say, "Oh, they're removing no-fault divorce"? I haven't got there yet.
Actually, that was one of the main things I was curious about. When I was mentioning like women's rights.
Yeah, we're going to Health and Human Services. I have to say, I haven't gotten to that part of it yet because,
You're welcome.
I'm working through it with my, going through this with my daughter. I had planned to start at the beginning of Project 2025, not on page 400 and something. But I have to say that I'm not against no-fault divorce. Abuse is a fault, right? So I don't believe, I mean, I'm not against no-fault divorce. I'm personally against no-fault divorce. I think there should be a reason for people to get divorced. And abuse would be a valid reason to get divorced.
Unless the state doesn't view it as one, depending on what level of abuse you're doing. Because I know that got it.
Bella has
Speak
something to
louder.
say. Go ahead. I don't know if you guys heard the first part, so you might repeat it.
What was I saying actually? Oh, right. No fault divorce.
Oh, Cynthia G, they do have some incentives to get men to marry. I haven't got there yet, though.
I wonder I'm curious about what their standards might be, because I know that I've heard of some states that don't view certain acts of abuse as abuse.
Like what?
Like I was
No,
reading-
like, I mean, what type of abuse?
like physical, mental, sexual.
Yeah, it's illegal in all states.
Yeah, there was.
You can't physically
one
or sexually abuse anybody. That's illegal.
Yeah,
period.
it was like mental abuse or like verbal abuse. That was one of them.
Verbal abuse.
Because I know that verbal abuse is a lot bigger than some people pointed out to be.
Yeah, there's something called emotional distress, and like harassment and things like that. I don't know. That would kind of be getting into the weeds. But I think if you can prove that you are being abused, because a physical abuse is one thing, but I would say even in no fault divorce, even though we're kind of getting off topic of where we are, even in no fault divorce, what I would say is it's the modern day. Just start recording. I'm not saying hold a camera up in somebody's face. I'm saying just push record on your phone.
But if that's not an option, for example, if
Well, I mean, if
someone's a
abuse
partner.
is rarely one time.
True.
Do you know what I mean? So maybe the first time somebody abuses you, if it's not physical abuse, right? Let's say somebody is just talking to you crazy. And I would imagine if you're married, the first time somebody says something mean to you, you wouldn't want to get a divorce. But if you realize, like, okay, this is a situation I cannot live in, then in that case, I would say if it's not physical abuse, like if it's like you were saying emotional abuse, I would say document it. Because no fault divorce, getting rid of no fault divorce doesn't mean people can't get divorced. It means you have to have a reason, right? So infidelity, abuse, there must be a reason. You can't just decide like, we just don't get along. I don't like this person anymore, or I want to go be with, this other chick that's cute. So I'm going to get rid of my wife.
In my mindset, I get that part, but
Because remember, everybody focuses on the woman, but no fault divorce is for the men too, right? Like you can't just leave your wife because you like a new piece of booty. That you can't do that. Now your wife could leave you if you were cheating on her. So no fault divorce goes both ways. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
what was I gonna say? Right. Even in that sense, if two people really just don't get along, not because they found someone else or they just don't like each other anymore, but in general, for example, I know some people still enforce like forced marriages or arranged marriages, and they don't get that choice. If they don't want or can't like work out together, I think that they should have the option to leave, because neither of them are happy in the long run. And like not being happy for a long time, despite how good you may be living or how your parents or like family may want you to, or the public even may want to perceive you. At the end of the day, if you're not happy with your partner, and not because like, wow, that other person's hot or I'm not interested in them anymore, I think that it should be a choice if you can leave them or not, because I wouldn't want to be stuck with, like, for example, if I was forced to marry someone, right? Not saying that you would let me.
Well,
use
you're
myself
talking,
as-
okay, so this is what I will say about everything that you're saying. Number one, we're in America. There are very few forced marriages,
True.
right? So I don't know if we can base policy on, it would be like, there's a lot of people that have one arm. Do we then start making laws that cater to people with one arm? Or do we make laws that cater to people with two arms? The majority, right? There are exceptions, but we don't make rules based on exceptions. Like we don't sell one shoe at the store because some people have one foot. We sell two shoes because most people have 2 feet. So that's what I would say to that. I would say that I'm sure we can think of many like random situations that are not super normal, like somebody was forced into a marriage. And say, well, what about in this rare case? But unfortunately, law doesn't account for every single case, right? Law covers what the majority of cases will be. And then you have judges and things who are able, as human beings, right, to look at cases that are more rare,
True.
things that happen a little less often.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I would say to that. Cynthia said, statistically, women are not happy being married. What do they plan to do about marriage making women miserable? What do they plan to do about father abandonment? Most single mothers are abandoned. Actually, Sin, wait, don't get ahead of the conversation, Sin, because they actually do have, what do they plan to do about the high rate of marital infidelity and DV? See, y'all are getting too far. Wait a second. Just wait a second. Wait a second. Because they actually do have a section about this. They have a section about how to serve families and how to serve women. And some of the stuff is super progressive. Some of it is very, very progressive. What is an acceptable reason for divorce under P2025, which Trump absolutely endorsed? There are multiple videos of him saying it's his plan. I can't say about that. Let's look. Let's have a look. Oh, you're saying Project 2025. Oh, I'm going to go to it. They actually don't talk about divorce in that way, to be clear. Having read through this, I've seen no language at all that discusses acceptable reasons of divorce. It's not listed out like that. And I've read, like I said, about 650 pages of this, and I didn't see anything like that. It's not laid out that way. What they do have is they have things that promote healthy environments. So I'll talk a little bit about that because we're about to get to that. So they approach it a different way. Also, I just want to say, like, we're going to get to that section so we can have a look at it, Sin, because it's right after this section. Like, it's under Health and Human Services, the stuff about marriage. When it comes to this, because I want to get past this section so we can get past all the abortion stuff, it goes on to say that basically they want reporting. And I agree with that. We need statistical reporting for abortion. Whether you're pro-choice or you're pro-life, you need to have the data. There's no reason that abortion providers should not be providing data and statistics. So let's see. They also want those statistics to be separated by category. So spontaneous miscarriages would have their own category. Treatments, like if you're taking chemotherapy and your child dies, those should be categorized. Stillbirths, induced abortion. So abortion is a blanket term that doesn't necessarily mean you elected to get an abortion. So they want to separate the types of abortion and make sure that they are not reported as one just abortion, which I think is wise. It makes sense. And I think that society really overlooks women's health. Like, why aren't we collecting this data? No matter what side of the aisle you're on, collecting data about women's health, since women are the only people who give birth and women are the only people that can get abortions, is super important. I think, Cynthia, that cheating is definitely a reason for divorce. Even with Christians, that's a reason for divorce. Infidelity. Money. I don't know if money is a reason to get divorced. I don't know.
Money?
One day, Cynthia.
I just don't see the money part.
Like, I like money problems.
Why would you get divorced for that?
I don't know, but I think if you had a spouse that had a gambling problem, and that was running your family into financial ruin, I would think that would, under the law, be a just cause for divorce. That would be a fault. Lack of compatibility, I don't think is a good reason for divorce. I know. I don't think lack of compatibility is a good reason for a divorce. I think that life is long, and when you commit to marriage, you need to try to be compatible. That's what you need to do. You need to try to stick to your commitment. Okay. Percival said, teach folks how to manage money. Yes, but it definitely should be harder for folks to get a divorce. And Cynthia, we're going to get to the part about what they're going to do to promote healthy marriages, because they actually do have a lot of initiatives about promotion of healthy marriages, especially ones that are focused on men. So it's not all focused on women. It's actually they have classes that they want men to take so that they can learn to be good husbands and fathers. So they're very progressive in their approach.
Yeah, I could see how it could lead to that.
Oh, Bella said she can see how lack of compatibility can lead to cheating and abuse.
It could provoke one or the other to
It-
go on to a different person.
Yeah, I think an immoral person, though, I'm going to be real. I think an immoral person who's going to cheat and abuse you is going to cheat and abuse you no matter what. I don't even think it's just, lack of compatibility. I don't disagree with your statement, but I'm going to say that a cheater and an abuser is going to be a cheater and an abuser regardless of what is going on with their partner. Their partner could be stunning, beautiful, sweet, running a perfect household. And a cheater and an abuser is going to cheat and abuse. It could have nothing to do with that too. Like a bad person is just going to do bad things. Y'all are making me want to tell a story. I am telling you. Y'all, I have to catch you up on what's been going on with me. That statement that I just made makes me think about everything that has been going on with me lately. Not in my home, but in like a lot of the philanthropic work I do. Y'all, it's crazy. I don't want to get sidetracked. I want to tell you guys this story so bad, but I don't want to get sidetracked. Let's see. Federal laws that shield Big Pharma from competition. So essentially in this section right here, in this blue section, what they basically want to do is they want to, when Big Pharma comes out with a drug, there's like this time period before anybody can make a generic form of the drug. In addition to that, by the time you can make, so you get this whole time period before anybody can make a generic form of your drug. And we know generic drugs are cheaper. In addition to that, the person, like the company that came up with the drug, they are the first people who are able to create a generic. So first of all, we all have to wait and overpay for a drug when it comes out so that the company can have first rights to making money. Then by the time a generic can be made, nobody else can make a generic but the same company that came out with the drug. And then after that, everybody else can make a generic. They want to remove that. They want to stop shielding Big Pharma from competition. They're still going to allot them a little bit of time because, if you came up with a drug, you deserve to make a little money. But after that, it's a free market. Anybody who wants to make a generic version of your drug gets to make a generic version of your drug. Big Pharma doesn't get to just siphon money while people overpay when you can have generic forms of drugs. It goes on to the abortion pill, and it says abortion pills pose the single greatest threat to unborn children in a post-Roe world. The rate of chemical abortion in the US has increased by more than 150% in the past decade. More than half of annual abortions in the US are chemical rather than surgical. The abortion pill is typically a two-part process. The first pill causes the death of the unborn child by cutting off the hormone progesterone, which is required to sustain pregnancy. The second pill causes contractions to induce labor of the dead child. Chemical abortion is found to have a complication rate that is 4 times higher than that of surgical abortion. Since its approval more than 20 years ago, there's been about 1 death per year from chemical abortions. I want to say that this statistic, that chemical abortion is causes 4 times more complications than surgical abortions. There is, and I just want to be transparent about this, there is some debate about that. The people who debate it, they don't deny that women do seek medical attention from chemical abortions 4 times more. But what they say is, even though women are seeking medical treatment, when they go to the hospital, they often are not having serious complications. And I'm going to tell you, I kind of believe that. The reality is a chemical abortion puts you into labor, and labor is painful. And I could see a woman who's taking a chemical abortion, not fully understanding that you are in labor, like you're delivering a dead baby, but like you're in labor, even though the baby's tiny. Think about how bad period cramps are. If you've never, I've had natural childbirth, but if you've never had natural childbirth, think about how bad period cramps are. Now increase that untold amounts. That is labor. And even if the baby's very tiny, chemical abortions send you into labor. So I can definitely see women who don't understand that going to the hospital, kind of inflating that 4 times more complication rate because they are just confused and afraid of what is going on. Because you're at home, you're often by yourself, you're in an excruciating, unnatural amount of pain. You maybe don't understand that, like, you're in labor, like you're having an abortion, but that requires labor, right? And I can see those women going to the hospital because they're freaked out. So technically, yes, women seek medical attention 4 times more when they take chemical abortions. But even though I'm pro-life, I want to be honest in saying that I do believe that that challenge against that statistic, that all of those women that are going into the hospital are not having serious complications, I actually believe that. I believe that they're just freaked out because they're in labor and don't understand what's happening. And so they go to the emergency room. Nevertheless, they're going to the emergency room. So,
I'm gonna head upstairs.
okay. Say bye, Bella.
Bye.
I told you Bella wasn't going to survive.
My brain isn't capable of comprehending too much logical thought.
Let's see. It goes on to say they want to reverse the approval of chemical abortion drugs. And the reasons that they give for wanting to, and you see that I have it in green. So I actually agree with this. They want to reverse the approval of chemical abortion drugs. The reasons they want to do it is because the FDA did not go by approving these drugs in the right way. And the way that they are labeled, they do not fully disclose the impact of the drug and what it has on especially younger women and girls. So they're saying even if we want to approve the chemical abortion pill, it should go through the proper process with the FDA, and all side effects of the pill should be disclosed and the effects that they have on younger women and girls. I think that they should, they have a good reason. The reason I'm against the chemical abortion pill is because it just breaks my heart that a woman would have to be alone in a time like that. You know what I mean? Like the idea of a woman popping a pill, going home, and just bleeding out because it's more blood than a period, and being in pain, and most oftentimes being alone. I don't like that. I just don't think that that's fair to women. So I don't like the idea of it, but that's not their reason. They also want to ban mail order abortions. So, yeah, they just want to ban mail order abortions as well. They want to reinstate some safety protocols. And at the bare minimum, they're saying if we can't ban it, then we want to minimize the time frame that a woman can take it. So a woman will only be able to be 49 days of gestation if she's taken an abortion pill. And again, the bigger the baby, the more painful and traumatic the process. So, I would like to see the pills banned, but I certainly don't want a woman with a baby that's several months old, because you can take the abortion pill, I want to say, pretty deep into, I think they mention it here, I want to say like 60 something weeks or 60 something days of gestation, or 72 days of gestation. Like, it's pretty up there. So, if we can't get rid of it, I guess that's an option, minimizing prescriptions for it up to 49 days of gestation. It says address weaknesses in the current FDA adverse events reporting system. So it wants to make sure that if we're giving the abortion pill to women, and again, whether you're pro-choice or pro-life, I think that you can agree with this. They want to make sure that they're just reporting. Like if you're going to give the abortion pill to women, then you need to report if there are complications and what type of complications women are having. I think, again, whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, we should all be on board with if something happens to a woman and it is negative, we need that reported. We need to know if there are risks to the women that are using these pills, and women deserve to know what risks may or may not be involved with using these pills. They want to implement a policy of transparency about inspections of abortion pill sponsors. So they want freedom. They want to be able to have Congress requests for freedom of information and inspections and making sure that they are complying when they are producing these pills. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I think if you are a woman who wants to use an abortion pill, you should be for this. Again, to me, this is, oh, hold on. I'll take you guys with me to turn off my alarm. I think whether you are pro-life or, where's my phone at? Hold on. I think whether you are pro-life or pro-choice, at the end of the day, whoever's making the pills, we want to know, are your facilities clean? Are your drugs pure? Are you being truthful about the dangers of your pill? Like, women want to know. We deserve to know. So I don't see a problem with that policy. I think that's a pretty bipartisan policy. Let's see. They said vaccine importation. This one is really simple. I'm not going to talk too much about it. Basically, they want to make sure that if there are religious people who are abstaining from vaccines that they would otherwise take because of the use of aborted fetal tissue in those vaccines, that we have an option to import Japanese vaccines that do not use fetal tissue. That way, those individuals can be vaccinated if they choose to. And then they want to make sure that we're funding research to create vaccines. And you guys know, look, let me be clear. I don't vaccinate my children. A lot of you guys know that I have a whole video about it. But nevertheless, Sin said, the leading cause of death statistically for pregnant women is homicide. What do they plan to do about that? Actually, they do plan to do something about homicide, but they did not say specifically that it was because of the cause of death in pregnant women being homicide. But what they do want to do is they want to make sure that the Department of Justice is more vigorously pursuing convictions and investigations into violent crime. That's actually in this section, but it's a little bit further down. But they're not, Cynthia, they're not doing it because of pregnant women, unfortunately. Although they don't even really mention, I mean, they kind of do, but not really mention violence against women and children. Well, they definitely mention violence against children. In fact, they want to impose the death penalty for sexual and physical abuse of children. But not all physical abuse, y'all. Don't freak out, but just don't abuse your kids. But they're willing to kill somebody over a child. But we just haven't gotten there yet. So yes, they are putting in harsher penalties for physical violence. But it is not specifically because of men harming women who are pregnant with their child, if that makes sense. Let's see. Yeah, I'm completely for that too. Actually, they go hard with the death penalty. In fact, they want to immediately kill all the people that are on death row. We haven't got there yet, but they go hard about the death penalty. They feel like if you get the death penalty, you need to die. They literally say, what's the point of the death penalty if you're not killing the people on death row? And then they go on to say that the death penalty should be expanded so that certain types of crime, like I said, abuse of children, sexual abuse, things like that, automatically end in the death penalty. So, yeah. So with that said, but we haven't got there yet, we will get there. It goes on to say, basically they want to import Japanese vaccines that, nope. They want it, no. Oh, sorry. Are you going to get him? Okay. And tell him to get his ball out of the front yard too. Y'all, it's crazy because it stays light outside. So it's 8:19 at night out here on the West Coast. And it is broad daylight outside. Like it is broad daylight. And so my youngest, he plays outside from sunup until we make him come inside. So it's 8:19 and he's still playing. And so we're just calling him in now. Because he could really play out there until like 9:30, 9:45, because the sun is still like completely out. Sin said that won't stop pregnant women and women who just gave birth from being tagged. If they're forcing women to get pregnant, well, come on, Sin. I don't know about that. It's not forcing women to get pregnant. Like, if you're having sex, right? If you're having sex, you can get pregnant. Nobody's forcing a woman to have, I mean, excluding rape, right? Most pregnancies are from consensual sex. So, like, if you're consenting to sex, you know, in my eyes, and I feel like we've talked about this before, you're consenting to the possibility of getting pregnant. So, not being able to kill your child doesn't actually stop you. It isn't forcing you to be pregnant. I'm for women not having sex with men they don't want to procreate with. Like, if you don't want to procreate with a man, don't have sex with him. If a man is not worth seeding your womb, if a man is unworthy of you carrying his child, then he is definitely unworthy of touching your body. Now, this is my opinion. And I feel like we, years ago, Sin, probably had this conversation, me and you. Let's see. So, conflicts of interest. More than 2/3 of FDA reviewers later ended up at the same company. So this is much of the same. Basically, you can't work for the FDA and then go work for Big Pharma. You can't work for Big Pharma and come and work for the FDA. It presents a conflict of interest. They would like to end all of those conflicts of interest. I think whether you are liberal or left leaning, or whether you are conservative and right leaning, that you can agree we don't want conflicts of interest when it comes to pharmaceuticals. So we don't want Big Pharma people working on this with the CDC and the FDA. We don't want FDA and CDC people going to work for Big Pharma. But how are you forcing women to get pregnant, Sin? If the women are willingly having sex, then they're willingly risking getting pregnant. That's not force. If a woman chooses to have sex, then she's choosing to risk pregnancy. That's a choice. I don't think it's a force. We should have this conversation one day, Sin. Online or offline. Either way is fine with me. I could talk to you while I bake some bread and we could just debate it while I drink champagne, and you have your drink of choice. And I can bake some bread and we could chop it up. Or we can, do it for the people. Either way, I'm fine with Sin. But one day we have to talk about this, because absolutely not. I feel like if you're a woman and you choose to have sex, ain't nobody forcing you to do nothing. Like, we're all grown. You know what happens when we have sex with men. You know what happens. So that kind of all goes into ethics. They also want to stop letting pharmaceutical companies profit off of abortions. So they don't want them to be able to use abortions for research. They actually extend this to embryonic stem cell research. Now, you guys know my personal history with embryonic stem cell research, like before embryonic stem cell research was a field of expertise. Molecular biology and molecular biologists were just like getting into that. You know, I was with that first wave and I dropped off of that cliff because of like the tumors that were being developed. I've told this story before. You would get tumors, they would have teeth, they would have eyes, they would have hair, because those embryonic stem cells still wanted to be babies. And we were very rudimentary in the way that we were like placing them. And so, and I mean, I'm not going to say that the science is still not barbaric, but it was very, very in the dark ages back then. So they want to kind of end all of that. And I agree with that. I don't see a problem with it. They also want to get rid of conflicts of interest at the National Institute of Health. They say that the National Institute of Health has inappropriate industry ties that create serious conflicts of interest. And I actually agree with that. They give an example of how in 2018 that there was a $100 million National Institute of Health study that spoke about the benefits of moderate drinking, and that study was funded by the beer and liquor industry. So obviously that's a conflict of interest, right? Somebody gives you $100 million that sells beer and liquor, and then whoop, I come up with a study that it's good to drink a little. And I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm comfortable with conflicts of interest. This is a blue part. So this is a part where I don't really agree with it, but I feel like it's worth talking about. And this is the kind of shenanigans I'm talking about. So like this kind of stuff, woke policies. Oh, sorry. What in the world? Woke policies. You know, there's a lot of emotionality in this. When they write, it's just a lot of emotionality. That's why I'm skipping over a lot of stuff, because this thing could be about 400 pages shorter if they just didn't rant on with emotionality. And this is kind of one of those areas. So it says, under Francis Collins, National Institutes of Health became so focused on the #MeToo movement that it refused to sponsor scientific conferences unless there were a certain number of women panelists, which violates federal civil rights law against sex discrimination. This quota practice should be ended, and the National Institute of Health Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, which pushes such unlawful practices, should be abolished. I mean, it goes on to say the National Institute of Health has been at the forefront in pushing junk gender science. Instead, it should fund studies into the short and long-term negative effects of cross-sex interventions, including affirmation, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries, and the likelihood of dissidence if young people are given counseling that does not include medical or social interventions. Look, actually, I agree with this part, so I'll turn it green. I don't know about the first part. What's interesting in this, and we're probably going to start getting into some of those sections, is they keep saying they want to enforce, like they said up here, they want to enforce the law against sexual discrimination. They want to enforce the laws about equity. But what they mean is, so like if they say they want to enforce an equity law, they mean they want like non-white people to stop getting privileges over white people. If they say they want to enforce the federal civil rights law, what they mean is like make it equal for white people. Stop giving privileges to non-whites. If they say they want to enforce the equity among the sexes, what they mean is stop giving women special privileges. But then at the same time, they want to afford women special privileges. Like they actually have some really cool stuff in here for women. So they're a bit hypocritical. Like they want to enforce some laws when they like the laws, and then they want to not enforce some laws when they don't like the laws. So there is a lot of hypocrisy in this. I'm not even going to hold you. You're going to see like as we go on. I mean, so far, I know it looks like I'm agreeing with mostly everything, but don't worry. There's a lot of stuff in here I don't agree with. This just happens to be the part that I do agree with, but I'm pro-life. So obviously I'm going to agree with a lot of this. And then a lot of it to me is just practical. Like obviously I don't want conflicts of interest between Big Pharma and government agencies that regulate our health. Obviously, whether I'm abortion, pro or abortion against, I want to make sure that there's proper accounting of any kind of health risks to women. So far, I don't think much of this is extremely controversial at all. But it does get controversial in places. Like there are some places in this, y'all, where it's just like a bunch of red. Like you can see areas where I've redded stuff out, like all this is red because I completely disagree with what they're on. And then there's some places where they're absolutely delusional. This just happens to be a good spot. Okay. They want to reduce regulatory burdens on doctors. They said doctors must be free to focus on treating patients first, not entering codes on computers, and should not be tempted to change their medical judgment based on arbitrary or illogical reimbursement incentives. I agree. I've actually have good relationships with our doctors, and I have definitely heard doctors say, like, okay, we're going to bill it like this, because if we don't bill it like this, insurance won't pay for it. I don't know if any of you guys have ever heard your doctor say something like that before. Oh, thank you, John. That's what's up. I don't know if you've ever heard your doctor say something like that before, or your dentist say something like that before, that they're going to bill something in a certain way. I really hear that when I go to the dentist. So like, for example, I get braces for my kids. And so I remember when I got Elizabeth's braces, they were like, okay, she has an overbite. All right, now we can get insurance to pay for the braces, right? Now that I want to get my youngest braces, it's the same thing. I forget what reason, like how they build it, but like, it couldn't just be, she wants braces. They had to find the right way to bill it so that they could make the referral so that the insurance would pay for it. I've been at the doctor and they've done something similar. Like when we were hospicing my mother-in-law, there were certain things and they had to be billed in a certain way. Otherwise, insurance wouldn't cover it. So I completely agree. And maybe I'll turn this section actually green. I actually really agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Let's see. Erasure, sustainability, and value for beneficiaries and taxpayers. If y'all are going to talk to Sin, at least wish her a happy birthday first. Okay? Wish Sin a happy birthday if you're going to talk to her, because it's her birthday. What time is it there, Sin? You're not on the West Coast, I don't think. So it must be, depending on where you are, a little bit late. Those of you on the East Coast, y'all are really writing, because I know it's late. It's 8:33 here. Erasure, sustainability, and value for beneficiaries and taxpayers. Prices are the best for patients when determined by economic value rather than political power. Government use of non-market-based methods to determine reimbursements leads to overspending on low-value services and products and underpayment for high-value services and products. They say that If they have some intermediate entities, they can manage that financial risk while increasing quality of care. They also want to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. And they want to use AI, artificial intelligence, to do that. I just don't know what that means. Like, this area right here is super ambiguous. Like, what does that even mean? In some places, they're really ambiguous. And it's like, how can you get on board with something if they don't, like, what do you mean? How would you use AI to reduce, waste, fraud, and abuse? My issue with artificial intelligence is it's going to pull whatever you tell it to pull. So depending on the biases of whoever sets up that AI system, we don't know what the outcome of that will be. And I love how they don't really go into it that much. They don't really dig into it and get specific about what they're going to be selecting for. So it's not something I can really get behind. It says remove restrictions on physician-owned hospitals. So I agree with this. Basically, if physicians own hospitals, they want people who are getting Medicare, because right now we're talking about Medicare, so service for elderly people, and then we'll talk about Medicaid in a minute. They want people who are on Medicare to be able to just have more options, more physicians to pick from, and I'm with that. More options is better. Encourage more direct competition between Medicare Advantage and private plans. So essentially, they want beneficiaries of Medicare to be able to pick to stay within the Medicare system of providers or to go to providers outside of the system. So you can decide what you want to do. I'm all for, right? I'm all for that. They want Medicare Advantage to be the default enrollment process, but they do want people to have choice. They want to give beneficiaries direct control on how they spend Medicare dollars. I'm for that. They want to remove policies that are too micromanaging on the Medicare Advantage plans. I'm for that. Like I said, they want to put those doctors who own their own hospitals into the system so that there's more choices under Medicare Advantage. I'm for that. They want to change the way that doctors bill so that it's less complicated. I would be curious what that looks like, which is why I have it in blue. They also want to reconfigure the current risk adjustment model. Again, that's very vague. I can't say that that's a good idea because they're not explaining it. They want to remove restrictions on key benefits and services, including those related to prescription drugs, hospice care, and medical savings account plans. As somebody who actually was just recently impacted by hospice care, what could and couldn't be covered, the quality of things that could and couldn't be covered, I have to say that I'm all for this. Like, the restrictions are very tight. And I think when patients have more choice, you can get better service. So I'm like all for all of those things. They want to have policies that avoid, oh, actually, forget that. Let's just talk about Medicaid. All right. So these are things, they're in blue. So these are things that I don't agree with and I don't disagree with, but I think are worth talking about. For sure. Allow states to have a more flexible, accountable, predictable, transparent, and efficient financing mechanism to deliver medical services. This system should include a more balanced or blended match rate, block grants, aggregate caps, or per capita caps. Any financial system should be designed to encourage and incentivize innovation. It says that Medicaid programs, so now we're talking about Medicaid, not Medi-Cal, should be rational, predictable, and reasonable. It should also incentivize states to save money and improve the quality of healthcare. This part right here, I absolutely agree with. Y'all see this? See that? like I said, in a lot of ways, they want, so in areas, I'm not going to say this whole Project 2025 is like this. In many areas, they really want the federal government to fall back. In many areas, they want to put those public safety net programs, those dollars into the hand of consumers. It's the same thing in the Department of Education. Oh man, I want to do the Department of Education with you guys. Wait until we get there. Their educational policies, 90% of them are amazing. I mean, amazing. Like having funds for parents to go. I don't want to get so off track, but I was so excited when I saw this. Like putting aside funds so that parents can pay for tutors for their children. Stuff like that. Giving parents like the money your child is allocated in your state for education, basically school choice, even if you're homeschooling, like being able to use that money anywhere you want for your child's education.
Can I grab my water bottle?
Yeah. Anyway, we'll get there when we get there, but some of their educational policies are on point. And kind of to that end, when we're talking about Medicaid, the direct dollars to beneficiaries more effectively and responsibly, this part I actually really agree with, right? So they want to end state financing loopholes, reform the payments to hospitals for uncompensated care. They want to replace and enhance the match rate with a fairer and more rational match rate. What that means, I don't know. That's why this is in blue. So, they want to create state incentives, right? So states, there will be like an enhanced contingency fee that states can receive if they increase their efforts to more efficiently run their Medicaid programs while maintaining or increasing the standard of care for patients. Now, I do not have this in green, like any of this kind of stuff, because I don't know what that's going to look like. You know what I mean? Like it sounds good on paper, but honestly, you guys, it's not super straightforward to me. It could just be a way to push people off Medicare. It could end up, our Medicaid, it could end up not actually increasing, because states are going to want to get the money. It could, end up not actually increasing patient care. I don't know. But I think that the idea of more choice, I think the idea of incentivizing states to close funding loopholes, because a big part of their plan is to like lessen our budget and to cut bloat. So I think that in theory, opening up choice, in theory, incentivizing states to decrease bloat, in theory, making it easier for doctors to bill and kind of taking the reins off of those things, in theory, it should give you better patient care if you're on Medicaid. But I don't have it in green because I don't know if that's going to be the result. I just put it in blue because it's something that I felt was worth talking about in here, just so you guys know where they're at. Now, something I do love and I 100% agree with is consumer choice for Medicaid recipients, and that it must go together as standard components of that safety net. I do agree Medicaid recipients ought to have more choice, just like Medicare recipients get more choice. Now, what I don't agree with is that there's a responsibility to contribute to their healthcare costs at a level that is appropriate to protect the taxpayer, because I don't know what that will look like. I think that if people had jobs that give, our family has access to good medical insurance. I think that if somebody is using state medical insurance, then it's because they need it. And co-payments can get high. So for me, I want to know, what does that look like? If you're making them pay, what are you making them pay? Like, how do you determine that? And they have a few charts and graphs in here, but I see they didn't put a chart and graph for this. I would have liked to have seen an explanation of what that could look like before I can really get on board with that, because I don't really know about having people who don't have medical insurance, putting them in a position where they could go into debt because of medical bills. To me, that defeats the purpose of the program. So I'm not sure that I'm really with it. Yes, that's what's up, Healing Vision. That is what's up, right? If both parties could come together, this Project 2025, I mean, let me tell you something. There are parts of this Project 2025 that I do think the parties could come together on. There's parts of this Project 2025, we haven't gotten to them yet, where I'm like, okay, y'all are doing too much. Like, not only are you doing too much, but it's something that's never going to fly. But there's a lot in here that could work. Like, it's not all gloom and doom the way that people are saying it is. There's a lot of good stuff in here, right? There's a lot of good stuff that regardless on what side of the aisle you're on, you can kind of get with. And then there's some stuff in here that obviously some people are never going to agree with. But even within that, like all of the, abortion pill and promotion of, childbirth over abortion, like obviously pro-choice people aren't going to love that. But the part of that area of this Project 2025 that pro-abortion people would appreciate is going to be the part of that reporting accurate statistics for all types of abortions so that we can improve women's health care. So I definitely think there's a lot in here, like you were saying, that, people can really get with on both sides of the aisle. Yes.
I was gonna ask.
Hold on, you guys. Give me 1 second. See, I told you, it's because it's light outside. It's 8:45 and there's still sunshine, and my youngest is trying to go out and play. I'm like, no, there's sunshine, y'all, but it's 8:45 at night. You cannot play outside. You've been playing outside literally for the past 16 hours. All right. So this is something I don't necessarily agree with. I don't think that people should have to work to get medical care. I just don't. I don't think that you should take people's medical care away if they are not employed. I mean, I'm sorry. Don't people who don't have jobs, aren't they the main people that need medical insurance? So this I don't agree with. I don't agree with that. However, I do agree that families should be able to use Medicaid dollars to secure coverage outside of the Medicaid program. So hear that. That part I do agree with. That part I very much agree with. Because these Medicaid providers have a monopoly. If you could go to any doctor of your choice with Medicaid and not be limited, right, to doctors that specifically work with the Medicaid program, I agree with that. I think that's a great idea. But I really don't know if states, and that's why I have it in red, should have the ability to adopt work incentives for medical coverage. I just think like when it comes to food and medical coverage, okay, if you want to get some money from the government, you need to try to find a job. But when it comes to medical coverage and food benefits, I do not think that a person's work status should be the make or break of that. I don't think you should take food out of people's mouths or prevent a person from being able to go to the doctor if they don't meet your work requirements. Now, this is just me personally, but they would like to put work incentives, tie those to Medicaid. They would also like to add caps on how long you can get Medicaid so that they can disincentivize people from keeping it long term. And I'm going to be honest, I understand why they want to do that. But again, it's medical coverage. I don't know. I don't think there should be a lifetime cap. What if you're a young person, you use that lifetime cap, and then you become elderly? Like, what then? Do you know what I mean? Or you end up having a health problem. I don't think medical coverage is like the hill to die on to try to force people to get jobs. I don't think medical care, like you should play games with people's health. Like we can make money for health. I'm for cutting the budget in all kinds of places. I'm for making Medicare and Medicaid more, streamlined and cutting and trimming fat where we can. But I don't think it's appropriate to push people off of medical insurance or to tie things like saying you're only going to get insurance if you do this. You're only going to get insurance if you do that. If anything, cut these illegals off of Medicare and Medicaid. Do you know what I mean? Like if you want to trim the fat somewhere, then states that provide medical insurance to illegal aliens should not get federal dollars. To me, that makes sense. But don't take Americans off of medical insurance. Don't try to put limits on whether an American can get access to no cost or low cost medical insurance. But I definitely am for the federal government, and I'm actually surprised that that was not in here. Taking those dollars away from states who allow illegals to utilize medical systems that the taxpayer is paying for. Oh, when I tell you it'll be real quick, they'll stop giving those illegals service, and we'll save a whole lot of money. We'll save a bucket load of money. An absolute bucket load. All right, so Affordable Care Act and private health insurance. So again, this is nothing I agree with or disagree with. It's just worth a conversation. They basically want patients to know what they're going to pay upfront. Pretty straightforward. I mean, it's called the No Surprises Act. But the thing that made me not make this green is they want to scrap the dispute resolution process. This is the part right here. I'm going to put it in red that made me like, what? See, sometimes they say stuff and it sounds good. But then like when you really read it, you're like, what are you really saying here? You want to get rid of dispute resolution processes when patients are disputing what their bill is. And the way you're going to get rid of the dispute process is to do a truth in advertising approach. I don't know about that. No, baby, if you overcharge me, I want to be able to dispute. Okay? I want to fight. I don't want anybody saying I can't dispute because, you told me ahead of time what I had to pay. Absolutely not. No. No. I'm not personally for that, but that is in here. So this is another interesting part. They say facilitate the development of shared savings and reference pricing plan options. So basically what they want to do is patients who choose lower cost care will receive a benefit. So they're going to receive a reward because the care that they have chosen is cost effective. I don't agree or disagree with that. I think it's interesting. I mean, maybe some people might bite. So it doesn't force you to take lower cost care. But hey, if you do, there's some incentives there for you, right? You can benefit financially from that choice. I don't know. Some people might love that. You might say, you know what? I'm going to go with that less expensive dentist or less expensive doctor because there is an incentive for me to do so. So I can really fly through this. They want to prohibit abortion travel funding. I'm all for that. They want to prohibit Planned Parenthood from receiving Medicaid funds. Absolutely cut them off. But I'm pro-life, so I'm going to be for that. They want to issue guidance reemphasizing that states are free to fund Planned Parenthood in their state Medicaid plans. Green light for that. They propose rulemaking to interpret the Medicaid statute to disqualify any provider that gives elective abortions. From the Medicaid program, absolutely cut them off, take money out of their pocket. If you're out here killing hundreds and thousands of babies a year, you don't need taxpayer dollars. Cut them off. I love it. Withdraw Medicaid funds for states that require abortion insurance or that discriminate in violation of the Weldon Amendment. So basically, no funding can go to a state or local government that discriminates against pro-life health entities. So for example, even if you are pro-choice, the Weldon Amendment means if, let's say, it is against a doctor's morals or religious beliefs to provide abortions, they cannot be penalized, period. Love that. You know, if you want to give abortions, that's you. If you don't want to give abortions, you should not be penalized for that. Nobody should be forced to give abortions or be penalized because they don't want to give abortions. They want to reissue and this is something I think is just, this is petty. Let me just be real. This in blue right here is just petty. Petty, petty, petty. Reissue a stronger transgender national coverage determination. Right? They want the CMS to acknowledge the growing body of evidence that such interventions are dangerous and acknowledge that there is insufficient science evidence to support such coverage in state plans. Look, ain't nobody about to do that. This is what I mean. Like, they get pie in the sky. Like, some of this stuff is very grounded. Some of this stuff is pie in the sky. First of all, this is just petty. This is so petty and such a waste of time. Like, okay. Listen. We don't need a public statement to be petty. Okay? We don't need the CMS to make a public statement to be petty towards the trans community. Now, y'all know how I feel about the Skittles Committee and how I feel about transgenders. So there are no capes over here, but nobody has time for this. It's just petty. It is petty. Like, even if we wanted to implement Project 2025, this is the kind of petty stuff that is irritating. Like, it's completely unnecessary. We don't need to do that. We don't have time for that. We don't have to pay for their little gender reassignment surgeries, but we don't have to like rub it in their face like, nah, 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 nah. And we want you to know that it's not even good. And the evidence says you guys are dumb. Like, no, we don't need to do that. Like, we're not children. We don't need to be petty. I don't agree with that. Yeah, exactly. It's a virtue signal. It's not necessary. It really is not. They want to, this is kind of sad, but essentially, if a baby is born alive from a later term abortion, they want, or if a baby has a disability, right? Which is how I guess they're framing a baby born, even though they were supposed to be aborted. So the baby actually is born alive instead of dead. That essentially it is homicide. They want to investigate infants that are born alive and are not given treatment to survive. Quite frankly, if a child is born alive, you need to give them proper treatment. It's just that simple. There's nothing else to say. It's just that simple. So we don't really need to, I think even if you're pro-choice, we can all agree if a baby from an abortion is born alive, just treat the baby. If they leave the baby to die, we're about to investigate you. Somebody's got to go to jail. Like, we're just not doing that. We're not leaving living babies outside of the womb to die. They want to redefine sex. Wait, no. Yes, they want to redefine sex so that it does not include gender identity and sexual orientation. Right? So if there is a family, like in this vein, if there is a family who relies on that children's health insurance program, those families, because right now, I'm sure you guys have heard cases of like parents who didn't want to transition their child, but medical authorities and such considered it child abuse. And so they were kind of forced to transition their child, even though they didn't want to. They are essentially saying that simply because a parent is benefiting from government medical insurance and using that for their children, that those parents cannot be forced or pressured or encouraged to embrace the sexualization of their children. And I think nobody should have a problem with that. Like, you should not be forced to conform to gender ideology, especially with your own child, simply because you're poor or simply because you are receiving state medical coverage. This is something I thought was interesting. You know, they want to announce, again, this is this petty stuff. This right here, this is more petty stuff. They want to make an announcement that they're going to undo the stuff that Biden did. Like, we don't need that. But the part of this that I can get with is all of the medical professionals who did not want to get vaccinated that were fired, they want to compensate them. And I agree with that. I do. Medical professionals who were fired because they did not want to be vaccinated deserve to be compensated. It is simply not right. It is simply not right. All right. Teen pregnancy prevention. This is where it gets a little bit interesting. So they want personal responsibility education programs and teen pregnancy prevention. Okay. So both programs should ensure that there is better reporting of subgrantees and referral lists so they do not promote abortion or high-risk sexual behavior among adolescents. Actually, y'all, I'm going to tell you guys a real quick story. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to highlight some of this green because I've changed my mind. This right here, I'm going to give that a green. I'm going to tell you a little story. So you guys know that Mr. works with a lot of youth. So youth, young adults, so college level adults, and K through 12. Now, this is outside of his regular sphere of work. So he also sits on the board of our local NAACP branch. So in his capacity of his regular job, he has a rites of passage program for youth. He works with young adults, but he has a rites of passage program that he does for Black youth. And because he sits on the NAACP board and he works with an institution, they partner together to do like a spin on the rites of passage program that was a collaboration between the college and the NAACP. And it was a cool little collaboration. One of the girls, so Bella was here earlier with me. Bella, like I said, is volunteering wrangling horses over at our church's camp. So she takes care of the horses when the kids want to ride the horses that are going to the camp. Like, she manages the horses. And my elder daughter didn't want to do that this year. She wanted to go because they were paying the kids $500 to participate in a 5-week program. And Liz is about her money. So Liz was like, bet I'm gonna go get my money, right? So she goes to the camp. She's having fun. Now, you guys know I homeschool and I'm conservative. So, I'm really like, this is the first time I'm like, Liz is about to be around all these kids. I was like real worried. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's so many stories I want to tell you guys because some wild stuff happened at the church camp. And Sin, is Cynthia still here? Sin, I don't even want to say this around you because if I tell this story with Cynthia in the room, I will never hear the end of it. But Cynthia, I'm going to tell you, the church camp ended up being more of a problem than the flippin' camp with all the liberal kids. Except for this one incident. There's this one incident that was pretty bad that I'm about to talk about. So anyway, one of the days that the kids had to do was like a volunteer day. And I was like, well, where are the kids volunteering? Because like, what are the options? So they were telling me all the places the kids were volunteering. And one organization, I'm not going to say the name of the organization because I don't want to direct people to the city where I live. But one of the organizations is an organization that I'm very familiar with because we throw an event for Black people once a year, and they are one of our reoccurring sponsors. However, I know that they heavily rock with the gays, heavily. So I was like, she cannot go there. I know no good can go of her going there to volunteer. So she ended up volunteering at a historical Black home gardening. I get a phone call in the middle of the day. Y'all, this does tie into Project 2025. I get a phone call in the middle of the day. And Mr. goes, you were right to not let Liz go to this organization. He said, the kids went there to volunteer and make flipping sandwiches for homeless people. Instead, they pulled all the kids into the room and started giving them a sex education talk, which included anal sex and lubricants. And nobody's parents signed off on this crap. As soon as they had these little Black kids in the room, they started talking about all the vile homosexual stuff that they could. And there was one little confused, saucy boy who was only 13 years old who was asking all kinds of freaking questions. The moderator that was in the room that was, had brought the kids, one of the camp counselors was like, I'm so sorry. I think we need to go to lunch. I said, see, this is why I knew not to send our child because I know how these people are. So back to Project 2025. All right. Both programs should ensure that there is better reporting of subgrantees and referral lists so they do not promote abortion or high-risk sexual behaviors among adolescents. I agree with that because some of these people getting this money are truly out of their dang minds. And outside of the fact that an anal cavity will prolapse if you put a penis inside of it too many times, outside of that, it is wholly inappropriate to be promoting such practices to adolescents. So that is why I have turned that section green because now that I think about it, I'm all about that. Like, let's not do that. We're not doing that. I think that's highly inappropriate, right? So it goes on to say CMS should ensure that sexual risk avoidance proponents receive these grants and are given the opportunity to prove their effectiveness. So basically what they want is they don't want programs receiving government money to serve as advocacy tools that promote sex or prostitution or funnel effect for abortion facilities. And I agree with this because the way that it works now, kind of like in the story that I just told, is kids go in there and basically they're promoting sex. That's a promotion of sex. What I just told you, all the positions and what you can use and lubrication, because it might be hard to get it, with anal sex. And you know what I'm saying? All that is promotion of sex. So if you're getting government dollars, you should not be doing that with children. Period. I agree with that. I'm gonna highlight that green too. Look at you guys have me in here revising my opinion. I agree with that. I don't want that going on. That is not cool. But in the same vein, I feel like there was something in here. It might be further down. Hold on, let me look. Because there was something about this I did not agree with. And it had something to do with basically they wanted the promotion of maybe we'll come to it, personal responsibility education, but I just really don't think that it is appropriate for people outside of parents. I mean, unless the parent agrees to be having conversations about sex with children. I just think I don't know how that could ever be appropriate. I just think that's a parent's place. Now, parents can opt into whatever they want, but I just wouldn't want to publicly fund something like that. I don't care if what you're promoting. If you're promoting abstinence, if you just maybe don't. Outside of, biology, talk specifically reproduction, and even I think those conversations should be had in gendered classes. So women, children, female children on one side, men children in another class. I don't know. I maybe I'm just a prude in that way, but yeah, I don't know about that. Something else they want to outlaw, and I actually agree with this, is if you have an illegal alien who is a minor and is pregnant, they should not be given abortions. Pregnant, illegal minors should not be given abortions. I agree with that. Now, you see that this section is blue. This is getting into child support. So this is kind of a hot button topic. Oh, why? 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 I mean, you don't know what the situation is with that child. That's why. A child who has no parents and is in this country illegally is very vulnerable. And I do not believe in that situation it is appropriate. I mean, I don't believe in abortion at all, let's be clear. But in that situation specifically, how inappropriate is that? You have a child, there is a language barrier, they are in a foreign country, they have no adults, parents with them, no medical procedures that are elective should be done on that child. Okay? I just don't think that is appropriate. And that's not limited to abortion. Any elective medical procedure should not be done on an unaccompanied child where there is no parent to consent, especially when that child is in a foreign country where there is a language barrier. I just think that whole situation, I mean, imagine, and then I could see people taking advantage of that situation. You have little girls that are unaccompanied, vulnerable, in a foreign country with a language barrier, some sick male employee violates them and then forces the child to get an abortion and get rid of the evidence. I mean, you just don't know. I mean, there's so many scenarios that could happen with an with a child that is all alone in a country where they don't speak the language, that I I don't even see what there is to debate about. It's just not an appropriate situation to be giving minors abortions. So let's go on. So child support tax credit. I don't know if this makes sense to me, y'all. Hold on, let me get a tissue. This is when you know a man was involved. Okay? I mean, just because a woman gives birth to a baby doesn't mean that she has to raise the baby. You know, giving birth to a baby doesn't equal having to raise a baby. I don't know that I agree with this, y'all. They want to give people who pay child support, this is mostly going to be fathers, right? Tax credit for paying child support. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I mean, if you think that's going to help them pay child support, then I guess they want to give, and it's mostly for poor people. So like single filers up to 41,000, and then if you're married up to 47,000. So it's for people who don't have a lot of money. They would get an incentive of $538 per child, up to, like, if they have a lot of children, up to a maximum of $3,500 basically for paying child support. So if you pay your child support at the end of the year, you get a tax credit. I'm not going to hate on it. That's why it's not in red. I think it's interesting. Like, it's interesting. It's kind of like you're getting your own money back for paying child support. I mean, I guess it would be an incentive for a father to pay child support. I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay. So Adrian thinks so. Yeah, I mean, I'm not for it or I'm not against it. I just think it's interesting. That's what I'll say. It's definitely taken a new approach, right? Provide an incentive instead of a penalty. This is what I don't agree with. This in the red, I don't like this kind of overreach. So I can see, now that I'm thinking about it, that a lot of men might like this. It is essentially them saying, like, when you get a child support order, that child support order automatically will be coupled with visitation rights for the father. Or it's going to be fathers most of the time, but if the mother's paying child support, then she would get visitation rights. Now, what I don't like about this is when people aren't thinking about children, okay? The reason that they want to give the father visitation rights isn't for the benefit of the child. It's so that the monthly payment for the father can be lower. I think maybe that's why this is rubbing me the wrong way. It's like, all right, if somebody's giving order to pay child support, you're going to couple visitation with that. But the reason to couple visitation is not so that they can pay less money. You don't destabilize a child's living so that somebody can save $1. The reason that if you were to do it, couple visitation with child support is so the child has guaranteed access to their other parent. So I guess because, like, the energy behind this was not about what was in the best interest of the child, it was about saving the person paying child support money, maybe that's why it's rubbing me the wrong way. It's like your heart's not even in the right place. I mean, fine, it saves them money, but that's not why. And this is how, see, this makes me feel like, do y'all really want fathers and children to be together? Because if your heart was really about having fathers as a part of children's lives, you would have said child support is going to come with visitation because we want to guarantee a child access to both parents. That would have been something really solid to say. But I guess it just rubs me the wrong way. I'll stop dwelling on this, but I was just really irritated by this. I'm like, really? That's why y'all want to do it, to save somebody money so that they can contribute less money because they're spending time with their kid? Y'all, I said that was a joke. I did not appreciate that. This was something I was very outraged at when I read it. I was like, you guys are doing something totally inappropriate. Something I do agree with, though, something I liked very much, it says child support payment and interactive smartphone application. It says each state should be induced to implement a high-tech, easy-to-use application to centralize child support payments. As with Venmo or Cash App, non-resident parents would link their bank accounts and provide one-click monthly payments or contribute incrementally throughout the month while tracking how much is due. This part is really cool. Additionally, non-resident parents could track informational gifts from money, groceries, clothes, sports gear, and more through the app. I like that. I really, really do. I think that that's really fair. Number one, it gets the money to people faster, right? Because it's, cash, like a wire transfer, basically, from one person directly to the other without a middleman. The other reason I like it is because sometimes if you are paying more for child support, or if you're just poor, do you know what I mean? You may not have all that money at one time. But if you can spread your payments out and there's something that is tracking that through the month, and it's real easy, you just have to push a button like you're sending a Cash App, that's what's up. Also, I think sometimes, depending on the party, fathers may think, or the non-custodial parent might think that they are doing more than they really are in extras for the child, or the custodial parent thinks that they are doing less than they are really doing. So when they're doing extra stuff above and beyond, and although I think this is petty, me personally, I think it's petty. However, it would probably end a lot of fights, because everybody can see, okay, this is how much the parent that's not in the home is truly contributed. Oh, okay, I forgot that you picked up the tab for, that soccer stuff. So I do think that for people who are in contentious parental relationships, this would be a really amazing way. And I actually think, I dare say, that it would even improve relationships on other levels, because it could be a hard time of the month for a non-custodial or for a custodial parent. And let's say the other parent is paying incrementally, and all of a sudden you get a little ding and a payment has been made. Even if it's not the full payment, because they're paying in portions, it's like, I needed that money. I actually needed that money before the first of the month or the end of the month, or however child support works. You know what I mean? So I think this is actually a really good idea. I love the idea of a child support payment and interactive smartphone application. But let me tell y'all what's really real. What I would love is for people to try to get along and not have contentious relationships with the non-custodial parent. I do understand that it's not always possible, though. Some people are just impossible to deal with. They're just that bitter. And I don't just mean women. Some men can be that bitter. But this right here, I like that. I don't know what you guys think about it, but I Love that. Yes, definitely. It would definitely end a lot of fraud. Definitely end a lot of fraud. And you know what would be cool is even if you don't have a court-ordered child support agreement, but you make just an agreement among yourselves, that this app just be available, period. Do you know what I mean? That anybody who wants to use it can use it so that you have a tracking system. It would just prevent a lot of problems. And so that you don't have to necessarily make contact to support your child. Do you know what I mean? You could just, bam, there's the money. Do you know what I mean? No questions asked. We all can see it. We all know what's up. So, healthy marriage and relationship education. So yeah, so that child support was pretty interesting. So basically tax credit incentives for fathers who pay child support or non-custodial parents that pay child support. Visitation being coupled with child support. They want to do it to save people money. I say they should do it because children need to see both of their parents and have time with both of their parents. An interactive app to track payments and kind of just hopefully reduce disputes. And then healthy marriage and relationship education. I love this. I love this. Yes, let's do that. So part of curriculum in high schools would be about healthy families. Can we also bring home economics back as a regular class? Can we do both? I would love that so much. I would love that so much. I would love home ec and courses on healthy marriages and courses on financial literacy. Bam! That would be the trifecta, wouldn't it? If when your kid went to high school with some sensible stuff like financial literacy, understanding financial systems, understanding investment, understanding bank accounts, like financial literacy as a class. Then you have home economics as a class, and they're required. You got to take them. You know what I'm saying? Then you have a curriculum on gaining and maintaining a healthy marriage. Can you imagine? That is what I'm talking about, like some real practical education. Practical education. That would be amazing. I would love that. I would love to see all 3 of those classes. That would be so great. Okay. Wait. How are we moving backwards, Percival? Moving backwards how? How is that moving backwards? Backwards to healthy families? I don't know what you mean. It says allow child welfare funding to be used for marriage and relationship education. Allow child welfare funding to be used for marriage and child education. I love that. It says Congress should adopt the following recommendation from a report issued by members of Congress. Essentially, that states should consider using some of their Title 4. Yeah. Title 4B funding for providing healthy marriage and relationship education for families at risk of having their children placed in foster care. I love that. Like if your children, before anybody takes your child, your family is given free family counseling so that you can strengthen your marriage and keep your baby. Love that. It says provide educational information on healthy marriages and relationships at Title 10 family planning clinics. So I agree with that too. Absolutely. In any area where people might be coming in contact with a situation that surrounds reproduction, we should be promoting stable, healthy families. Absolutely. And for people who think that's kind of out of control, we're promoting using condoms everywhere. We're promoting safe sex. Why can't we promote healthy families? Why can't we? Instead of condoms and safe sex, how about we promote mothers and fathers and intact families? I would love that. No, they are only, and I should say this, they are only looking at heterosexual families. That's what they're talking about promoting, mothers and fathers, heterosexual families. Ensure proper assessments with enough time to assess the programs. And this is interesting because they say that they haven't actually seen results from these programs. They would like to implement them and give time for them to work to see if there is actually some effectiveness. And I think that's okay, but I think it's worth, pointing out to you guys that they were transparent about that. They also, and I love this, they want to protect grant recipients from violating any religious ideologies they may have, right? So a Bible-based school, for example, would not be forced to promote homosexuality or transgenderism or anything like that, right? They would be able to have a social science class that promotes heterosexual, intact families. Bam. I agree with it, right? Healthy marriage and responsible fatherhood program. So in the Office of Family Assistance, they want to have programs that promote fathers to be good fathers. This is what I was mentioning to Cynthia early. They actually have included specifically fathers, right? So they want to start a whole campaign that just promotes positive messaging about fatherhood. Like, I promise y'all, I don't know, everybody hated DARE. I don't know why everybody hated DARE. Remember the program DARE to keep a kid off drugs? I love that program. Oh my gosh, I think I don't do drugs to this day because of that program. And the song was so catchy. Dare to keep a kid off drugs. Oh my gosh, I love that song. I loved it. I thought it was such a cool song. And I've never been into drugs. So my point is that, positive messaging helps. Also, for individuals who have never had a father or a good father figure, this might be that opening for them, right? So also, they want grant allocations to go to faith-based programs. They want to incorporate local churches to have mentorship programs for men. You know what? I like this. I made it purple so we could talk about it, but you know what? I'm about that. I'm about that life. Absolutely. Let's get programs, mentorship programs for young men to teach them to be good fathers, or men that already have fathers, young people, right? Teach men, it says, on a biological and sociological level, what it means to be a father. That they are not their gender, that they are not a neutral parent, but that as fathers, they have value to their children and they should obligate that. Absolutely. Teach these men how to do it. They don't know, help them know. Yeah. Y'all, remember I told you I've been putting out a lot of fires? I have been putting out a lot of fires, and I cannot wait to tell you guys about it. We're not gonna do it but I have so much to tell you guys. It's like a soap opera. Not in my home. My home, I am very fortunate, I have to say, is such a peaceful and positive place. But in working, I talked to my students at the Zyx Institute about this. I don't want to get sidetracked, but let's just say I'm doing some really big things in the community that are important for bringing awareness and visibility to the Black people in this community and our history. And it be your own people, man. What I'm gonna say, it be your own people. Your own people. Y'all, somebody tried to extort money. The project that I'm doing is like a $300,000 project. Do you know somebody literally tried to extort money from us? Said that if we did not give them money, they were going to go to the city, the county, because we're partnered with the city and county on this. Like I said, it's a huge project. And everybody that they know of that we're dealing with, and the news, y'all, the news, and basically try to sabotage the project if we didn't pay them off. You know what I did? I got to tell you guys this story, but I'm going to just tell you this a little bit. I said to my client, I said, you know what? Screenshot that message and send it to me. Then I took the screenshot, I put it on a PDF, turned it into a PDF. So I put the two, because it was a long text message. I put it side by side on a PDF. And they rolled through to a meeting we had. I'm going to tell you, man, this stuff is corrupt. See, I'm going to get so sidetracked and we'll never get through this. They rolled through to a private meeting we had, and a major community member, like one of the most prominent two of the most prominent, but one is not in government. So one community member is like the tip top of the iceberg of the Black community out here. The other one is also the tip top of the iceberg, but this Negro is a city councilman. Now, they were already, like I said, this is a big project and they have nothing to do with it. And I think they were salty about that. Also, they had done a similar project poorly, and the one we're doing is bigger. And I think, even though one of these people is very close to my family, oh my gosh, I really want to tell you guys this story. I want to tell you how close to home this hit. It broke my heart. It hurt my husband's heart that this all went down. But nevertheless, I can't get into I'm gonna tell my patrons and my members, y'all, I'm gonna really break it down because it's wild. It's like a soap opera. It's literally like a movie. You wouldn't believe it. So anyway, these two roll through to a private meeting we're having with some of the families that are being represented in this project. And we didn't know this at the time, gassing up. Now, first of all, these two individuals went to all, mind you, we're dealing with major institutions. They went to all these major institutions and tried to get them to pull their funding and support. Nobody budged. Everybody, they know us. We've been working with these institutions. And when I tell you, I've not been on YouTube because, y'all, I'm doing so much work. I have a whole food security program that has financial literacy with a savings match program. It has cooking classes for families, free childcare. It has urban gardening courses. For our cooking classes, you can take them in person or virtually. We're partnered with a local church. You can take them in person or virtually. And if you take them virtually, we will buy your pots, your pans. We will buy your cooking utensils, whatever you need. If you're gardening, we teach the class, and then we will buy everything you need to set up a home garden, whether that's, on your porch, if you have an apartment or if that's in your yard. We're partnered with another major organization to do a savings match program. So if you save $1,000, it will be matched with $6,000. So then after that comes out of the program, you'll walk away with $7,000. We have a small business incubator for Black businesses. We just partnered with a local business development center that gets grant funding. So we went in on a grant with them, and I spent all this week interviewing Black. We chose only Black. We have the freedom to do this. Only Black people for the small business advisor positions at our center. Like last year, you guys don't know this, like less than a year ago, we opened up a center, right? So this is why I haven't been on YouTube, y'all. And then in addition to all of that, we have like all our regular programming that we're doing, like the revolving programming year round. Also, just like you got to get at money. Like all of these things are free to the Black community. So you got to get at money. And then that we do a huge event where we platform like Black artists, Black businesses, the Black community every year. So, like this is why I haven't been on YouTube, because, and then of course, even though this was not a huge strain on my time, I volunteer at the Ziax Institute as a teacher. So if you guys haven't seen me on YouTube, it's because that's why. Because like all of a sudden I have all of these things, and it's a blessing. I mean, praise God, but like it's just a lot going on. So anyway, back to the story. So these two roll up in our private meeting. And mind you, they've been going all around the town on this particular project that I'll talk about privately with my members and patrons. On this particular project, they've been going around town trying to, and mind you, they have clout. One of them is a government official. Like I said, he's a city councilman. One of them is deep, like one of them on the school board. So I don't know how it works in the area you live, but let's say in California, like there's a unified school district, and there's like all of the schools in the individual districts, and then there's like a main hub. So one of them is the chair for the main hub, the board chair. These are powerful people in the community, Black people in a mostly white community. And all the projects we do are Black, right? And for those of y'all need to know this. It's me and one other Black woman. Now you guys have met Mr. Her husband is a white man. It's me and her. Okay, it's really the two of us. We burn the midnight oil, okay? And they went around trying, now mind you, I got to come up with $300,000. This has nothing to do with any of our other programming. It's just the extra $300,000 because I raise all the money that I have to find to fund this project that we didn't even ask to do. We just got involved with it because of an elder who was having trouble dealing with the city. And we were like, we'll come in, we'll help you. Because that's one of the things we do is advocacy. And baby, we turn this into a whole thing, right? So nobody was listening to them. But then the city, one of those, since both of these individuals are powerful and one is a city councilman, when they went, one of them, the female, she has a close relationship with the city commissioner. And if you guys know the structure of a local government, you'll know how high up on the food chain this is. Now, luckily, we have a good relationship with the governor, the mayor. I apologize. We have a good relationship with the mayor. But the city, because the city councilor is buddy with the female, and the dude is a commissioner. Is a councilman. So the city commissioner is buddy with the female, and the dude is a councilman. The city was like, okay, they can't pull the plug because it's all in the news, y'all. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's like, it's too big. We did a poll of 2,000 constituents. Like, it's too big. So they couldn't pull the plug. because they would look crazy at this point. The county's involved and they're on board. So they were like, okay, what we need you to do is we need you to get like this group of individuals together all in one room. And we need you guys to facilitate a conversation so we can say we did it. And we were like, I don't know about that. Like all of these people are agreeing to do the project, but they don't like each other like that. They don't like each other. And the city and the county has already done so much harm. We hesitate to put these people in a situation where more harm can be done. But the chick I work with, she is a bleeding heart. And she had a facilitated conversation with the female saboteur. And they hugged. And she was like, oh, we hugged. It's going to be fine. And we agreed that we would do the facilitated conversation with all these people that don't like each other. I said, why did you let her play you? This is not going to go well. But I pray to God that she was being genuine when she hugged you, right? Now, do y'all think she was being genuine? No, because fast forward to this private meeting. So her and the city councilor roll up into the private meeting. Let's just say it was a disrespectful situation where all hell broke loose. In the meeting, mind you, it's a $300,000 project. And this is really difficult, right? Because we are collecting funds and there are individuals involved, and all of those people don't have money. So when you hear that something, or you've signed on for something, and I think people around here are crooked too, when you sign up for something to represent your family, to immortalize your family and the Black pioneering legacy in this area, it's all well and good until you realize the numbers. Like the artist is getting $100,000. Like, that has nothing to do with us. The artist is not a part of our organization. And really, he's giving us a deal, because if I took it to like a foundry or something just to do the clay sculpt, they would charge me about $150,000, $170K. So we're getting a $50 to $70K discount by doing that section of it. And also the artist is Black, right? So he goes, y'all are collecting money for our families. We need some of that money. And I was like, look, this money is not for you. This money is for the erection of the project. I do believe that your families deserve reparations, because some land was taken from them just a few days before they would have had homestead rights. This was many generations ago. Like there's still 4 or 5 people alive. And what they did was they bulldozed all their houses down and they kicked them off the land. And then they proceeded to break up their communities. They bulldozed their church down. And then as these people tried to recollect themselves, they would tear down their communities. So some of these people don't have money. And I was like, look, I am not collecting money for your families. I can't give you the money. The money is for the project. I'm not even getting paid. I'm just doing it for free. Right? Now I have the means to put my energy into this and not get paid. Simply because I'm the one raising the money. If I pay myself, now I got to flip and come up with even more money to pay me. Do you know what I mean? And it's already a $300,000 project. And y'all, I have $500,000 in projects that I have to find funding for that have nothing to do with this project. This year, I need to raise $1 million. Do you know the weight that is on my shoulders? And I got people running around town that are mad, trying to sully our work. And we're doing all this good work, and I promise you it is on the up and up. So I'm sitting in this meeting, and they are demanding payment. Well, not they. It's like a room full of people, and it's like 3 people that are being problematic. 2 of them majorly problematic, one of them asking about some money. So I don't want to color everybody because there were like 12 people in the room, and only one person was like, what about giving us some money? I was like, we cannot do that. I am raising money for the project. So fast forward, he storms out, he's pissed. Few days goes by. He texts the chick that I work with. He's like, yo, it's been 3 days. I would have thought I would have heard from you by now. You're going to pay us. And then he starts naming names, y'all. This month, he is dumb. He starts naming names. Me, this dude, and this dude are going to get together. We're going to go around. This is like classic extortion, right? We're going whoop-de-whoop-de-woo if you don't pay us money. I said, did he really say that? She was like, yeah, let me read it to you. I said, but he literally said that. She said, yes. I said, bet. You screenshot that and you send it to me. Because remember, this dude rolled in with a city councilor and the one chick, these very prominent community figures. So the dude that you guys roll in with is extorting money, trying to extort money from us? Really? That's fine. I said, all right, what I want to do is I'm turning that into a PDF. I'm going to email every city councilor, the city commissioner, and then all of our partners, and I'm going to blatantly call out the fact that this city councilor rolled in a room with a man 3 days ago. Everybody knows y'all been running around town trying to sabotage this project. They've been in the ears of these families, basically telling them, y'all should get some money. You should get some money. Telling them that a building that we purchased a year ago, before we knew anything about you people, was purchased with money that's for them. Like things that are so outlandish, y'all, and crazy. They're not even close to remotely the truth. I said, bet, I'm going to attach this, and I broke it down. I was like, sir, I warned you once that you were bordering on doing stuff that was illegal and that, you might want to, because my goal is to neutralize this man. And I had made sure to attach the first email I sent him where I put him on notice, like, you guys are out here slandering, bordering on libel. So you might want to fall back before this gets legal, right? Well, I attached that extortion request and I emailed every city councilor, every last one of them, the city commissioner. And like I said, it's going out to all of our partners too. And I'm just putting it all on blast. Then I sent it to the families and I made it very clear, we are not, the money is an ixnay. We're not doing that. Then what we did do is we, sent a separate email and acknowledged some things that needed to happen. Like some families felt less represented than others. And we talked about that and tried to move forward with something positive. But y'all, when I tell you, this sounds very disjointed because, I'm not talking to my members and my patrons. I want to be able to leave this up. Damn it. See, this is what I always do. See, I can't hang with y'all because I start talking to you guys and then you guys think that I'm being shady and stuff. And I'm not when I send the videos to my members and my patrons. But the thing is I really want to be able to talk freely. I really do. But I can't talk freely in this environment. And I already feel like I'm saying too much. Anyway, let's get back to Project 2025. So my point is that, what is my point? I thought maybe I was speaking about this to attach it to this, but I wasn't. What was my point? How did I get on this? I don't even remember. Anyway, point is, that's where I've been. I've been like handling business, putting out fires, and trying to do good work all at the same time, y'all. It's absolutely crazy. But I cannot wait to like tell you guys like everything. Um, I don't know. I don't know that we're gonna sue. We might sue. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys one more thing. We might sue because one of the family members came to us and said specifically what her sister claims one of these two individuals was telling her. And it's absolute lies. Like, I'm not even worried about this because it's just lies. You know what the thing is? There's a scripture that says, that we should be known for our good works so that anybody that says aught against us would be ashamed. The thing is, and you guys have actually seen this happen on YouTube. Those of you who have been rocking with me for a long time, there have been some times that people have really come for me, really men have really come for me. And do you notice that by the grace of God, they always apologize? And people would be heated, like, why is everybody always apologizing to Irene? Blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all have been around for these times. You know who I'm talking about. We're not going to say names. It's happened a couple times. That is because exactly the way you guys see me here is exactly the way I am in real life. Like, seriously, I'm the same person. And so they can't, and I don't partner with people who are shady. So me and the chick I work with are just super on the level. Like, she's a born again Christian. Like, when I met her, she was all into heathenism and stuff. And God has just surrounded her with Christians. She's going to church. She's getting baptized soon. And, in my real life, y'all may or may not know this, like, I teach Sunday school. Like, I am not where I need to be, but I work really hard to be a decent person. And the work that I do in my real life, like I'm a homemaker, I'm a trad wife, as they call them. As you guys know, if you've been to my vlog channel, I'm a trad wife. And I do have a lot of footage for my vlog channel, you guys. I just haven't had time to edit it. I want you guys to know this because I don't want you to think anything. YouTube's not my job, it's my hobby. And I've just been so busy because I am a homemaker full time. And I do all this philanthropic work, and that takes a lot of time. But I am hoping to, like, in the next 6 to 8 months, really pull back from everything I'm doing. It's really hard when you're supporting, like, the thing that I'm good at is building relationships and raising money, right? That is the thing that I'm good at. But that is the thing that I'm good at. And it's really hard when you link up with people who are doing good work to tell them no. Like, I know that I can find you funding. I know that I can help you build relationships. It's hard for me to say no. But I also feel like people have to graduate away from my assistance because, like, I'm one person and raising my family. And I know this sounds cheesy and corny, but y'all know I'm a conservative. I take joy in being a homemaker. I want to be in my garden. I want to bake bread. I enjoy homeschooling my children. I like taking care of my husband. You know what I mean? Like, it makes me very happy. It brings me peace. I like cleaning and organizing things. I enjoy those things. Y'all know who have been on my vlog channel. I sat there and made bread with you guys on a live stream for like 2 hours. Like, I truly, like, it brings me joy. So I really want to fall back. But I just want to be clear, like, I've not been on YouTube, but it's not for nothing. And I really appreciate those of you who still, like, stick around to support me. It's just because, like, I'm pulled so tight. So the thing that I love to do, which is YouTube, my hobby, like the little thing I do for myself, has really had to go to the wayside. But my point of saying all this is I'm not worried about these people because I am who I portray myself to be. Remember, that's why I started my vlog channel, because people were like, a lot of people front on YouTube. And I was like, no, I want you guys to see that I am exactly who I say I am. The way I roll, where my values are, the way I live. I'm not saying like, I'm like the most amazing person that ever lived or I have the most money, but like I don't front. What I portray is what I am. 10,000%. And I am like that in my real life as well. And so when they wanted to come for me, and like I said, I only align myself with good people, not perfect people, but people whose heart is in the right place. And my Mr., I told you guys, Mr. is one of the best human beings I know. Like, I wish a woman a husband as good as Mr. is. He is not perfect, but when I say this man, his morals, oh my gosh, his morals, I used to think this man was perfect. Like when I first met him, I looked up to him. So the first time Mr. did something that wasn't perfect, I was literally crushed because it was beyond me because he's such a good person. I almost idolized him. I didn't even think it was possible for him to do wrong. I know that sounds stupid, but if you ever met Mr., you would know what I'm talking about. Like this man is like top freaking tier. Top tier. Like money aside, he has money, but that's not what I'm talking about. And he has some good, oh my gosh. God bless the man. He is good. But he's intelligent. But the thing about Mr. is a freaking square with sharp edges. Okay, those edges will stab you. He is a square. He is moral. So I bring all this up to say that I'm not worried about the situation because they could not say anything true about me. Y'all, praise God. I am not a perfect person. Like I have so much work to do on myself, but I thank God that I have the husband I do, that I work really hard to try to self-correct and I try to do the right thing. I'm not there yet, but I try to the point where when somebody, and that I choose to be around good people, to the point where when somebody came to try to talk trash and to deter people from supporting the work that we do, people were like, nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. People were calling us up and they were like, so-and-so said such and such about you, but don't trip, we have your back. That's when you know that you are on the right path, right? Y'all, it was just like the YouTube beef. It was just like that. And I think because these people are so powerful in the community, I think that they were shocked that little quiet, because both me and the chick I work with are like, the underdogs in this situation. I think they were surprised that we were so well networked and so well liked and so well respected. So then they started to have to just literally lie. Like, how desperate do you have to be? You're willing to risk your entire reputation. One of them is a city councilman. You're willing to risk your position, your reputations, your community standing, like because you couldn't find anything valid, you just resulted to lying. And what's crazy is you underestimated these people. Okay, so the one guy tried to extort money out of us, but do you know how many of those people picked up a phone and just told on you and are willing to put it in writing? Y'all, if you're a praying person, just pray for us in this situation, because that scripture is true. Like, be known for good work so that anybody that says aught against you will feel ashamed. You know what I mean? So that nobody can really come for you like that, because the life that you live and the works of your hands, the things that people see of you will just prove them wrong. Y'all, I am completely off flipping track right now. I am off track. I'm so flipping off track. Why am I off track? Shall we get back to 2022? Do you guys want to do any more of this? I mean, 2022. Do you want to get back to 2025? I'm going to have to like definitely move fast. Oh, I mean, we've done about 100 pages, y'all. We've actually gone pretty hard, but it is long. So do you guys want me to go back to it? Because I can. Or are you guys kind of burnt out on it? I feel like, no, don't go back to it. Okay. You want to see what they're talking about with women's rights. Okay. You know what I think I'll do? Let me see, what page am I on currently? Let me like click around so I can see my page. Okay. So I'm on page 515. Let's see how many pages we have in this section. Okay, so we're pretty much close to the end of this section, and there's not a lot that I wanted to cover. So this is how I will do this, because I think if we're on page, y'all help me remember, we are on page, okay, we are on page 515. Can you guys help me remember that? 515, don't forget, let me put it in the comment section because I'll forget. My memory is trash. Okay, we're on page 515. We will go to page. Okay, these are the citations. We'll go 15 more pages to page 530, and that will bring us to the next section, which is Department of Housing and Urban Development. So maybe that's how I'll break this up. So this video will be titled, let me go back to the beginning of it. Y'all, we really did a lot. This video will be titled Department of Health and Human Services. And then I'll stop, and maybe that's how I'll do Project 2025. I will do it section by section, because nobody's probably going to sit through, like, I mean, maybe somebody would. You could play it like a podcast. But so maybe I think that's a good idea. And maybe not all my content, but like I will commit, right? I'm going to just commit to it, to at least doing one section a week. I will do more if I can. Mr. is at our other home, so I might try to do some late night Project 2025s, and then you guys can catch them whenever, while he's out of town. And yeah, I think I'm going to do that. And so yeah, so let's do that. I'm going to do 15 more pages. I'm going to get to the end of this section. I will title this Health and Human Services, and then we will go through this whole document, but we're going to go through it section by section. So each section will be a video. I will do that. And this commentary that I'm making right now, how long have we been on? Can you guys see how long we've been on? I don't know. I think that some of this is deep enough in the video that 3 hours. Yeah, I think that some of this is deep enough in the video that I won't have to make this. I'm going to have to listen back to it. I don't want to make any part of this 2025 series private. I'm going to have to watch the things I say as far as like personal information. I don't know. I just wanted to kind of talk to you guys too, though. But I think all that's deep enough in the video that, you know, anybody who's listening to it for that long, like they just got a little story time. All right, so let's go ahead and get through these last pages. Okay, so and this is in purple, so it's something I wanted to talk about. And this is going back to child advocacy. So it says allocate funds to strategy programmings promoting father involvement or terminate parental rights quickly. I agree with this. Basically, in the event where a child is in foster care, a lot of times the custodial parent is a mother, right? In the event that a child is in foster care, they're going to try to get the father to take the child. If the father will not be involved, they're going to quickly terminate that child's rights, that father's rights. And then going back to what they were saying about foster care system children, then that child is going to be they're going to immediately try to find that child a home. The goal here, if you were here earlier for that part about the foster care system and moving children out of the foster care system, the goal there is going to be to keep children in the foster care system for as short of a time as possible and to get these babies adopted out. I don't have an opinion on if that's right or wrong. I just felt like, it was something that was worth covering. Office of Head Start. They just want to get rid of the Head Start program. And I agree. Now, with that said, this is a flexible agreement. I wish they had like an orange highlighter because I would use that. I've heard of some women that really like the Head Start program. If nothing else, it gives moms a break. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I think that children are best suited at home with their parents. Something that they cite is abuse that goes on in these programs. And that it's not really serving children. Interestingly enough, this sounds like a little bit crazy until and I'm just telling you this ahead of time, that they have incentives in here for stay-at-home mothers. They also have incentives, and I don't know if it's in this part, so we'll see if we get to it, for fathers. So if your wife is a stay-at-home mother, they have incentives to bring more money into your household so that it is more possible for women to stay at home with their children. So that's why I'm okay with the elimination of Head Start, because I've actually read the whole Project 2025, and I know that one of their goals is to open the door for women, even single mothers, to be able to stay home. Now, they prefer for a mother and a father to be in the home, but they want to open the door for women to be able to stay home and take care of their children, which is a privilege, right? It's a privilege to have the choice to stay home. All right. Oh, Elijah said, please do not get rid of Head Start. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, that's why I said it's a little bit of, it's a little controversial. Yeah, and I do know some parents that just use it as daycare. They're not so much concerned about the educational aspect as much as they are concerned about, as much as they're concerned about just getting a break, Yeah, I am. I'm leaving it up. All right, so Administration for Community Living, they want to do a better job at supporting palliative care. So they want to get rid of euthanasia and doctor-assisted suicide, and they want to encourage palliative care. They just are pro-life. They don't want to kill babies, and they don't want to kill adults. And it's in green, so you know that I agree with that. This blue part is a part that I'm not really sure about, but it says readdress the national strategy to support family caregivers. While in theory, the strategy aims to support family members with duties to care for older family members, the plan is overly focused on racial and LGBTQ equity. The strategy should be examined to establish an efficient plan to support caregivers and their families. Then there should be a review of its COVID-19 policies. I don't know what that's going to look like. Like, I want family caregivers to be supported, but they're not really getting into details. And so that's why I have it in blue. I can't support something that they're being vague on. It's interesting to me, they want to give all these details for some things, and then for other things, they're super vague. So I'm not really trusting the ambiguity of the statement. So they go on to say, They want to legally define the locus of service as to where a provider is located during the telehealth visit, rather than where the patient is. So what this would mean is if you have a doctor that you are using through telehealth, if you have a doctor and you're using telehealth, which is when you kind of like, what is that mental health thing that channels are always advertising? Better Health or Better Help or something like that. Services like that, telehealth. If you are using a service like that, the determination of whether you can keep your doctor would not change if you move. So like if you live in one city or one state and you move and you're using telehealth, you can keep your same doctor. You don't have to change doctors. I like that. I think that's cool, especially for people with mental health problems. You know what I mean? It's nice that they're going to look at where the doctor is. They're not going to really be concerned with where you go. So you can keep your healthcare providers if you are using telehealth, regardless of if you move or not. I think that is pretty bipartisan. They really like Trump, obviously, because a lot of them were on his cabinet, even though he knows nothing about this. His vice president is a part of it, but he knows nothing about it. Restore Trump's religious and moral exemptions to the contraceptive mandate. Rules regarding religious and moral exemptions and accommodations for coverage of certain preventative services, such as contraception, etc. So, basically, they want, so there's like the coverage of certain preventative services under the Affordable Care Act, and they just want to keep it the same. Do you know what I mean? If it gets removed, they want to restore it. I'm not actually sure that this has been removed, but nevertheless, they want it restored. This is like a great section that I disagree with. Oh, well, Daniel, it's worse than that. Most of the people that wrote this were in Trump's cabinet. Like he knows, I want to say 80% of the people that wrote this. I will make that a standalone video. His vice president also is on the advisory board for this. So Trump is a liar if he says he doesn't know anything about it. Like, sir, for real? If you don't know that your vice president pick, your vice president nominee or candidate is part of Project 2025, then you don't deserve to be president because you're not vetting anything. You know what I mean? I feel like this election, I just don't even want a president. This can we just, I want to redo, okay? Can we just get some more candidates? Because, you guys know I love Trump the first round. I do not know what has happened to this man. I'm not feeling him in his current form. And I definitely don't like Kamala Harris, but that's another question. That's another conversation. Okay, so let's go. Yes, they have been doing it for a long time. That's true. They've been doing these for a very, very long time, for many, many years. But the thing is, when you know personally most of the people that wrote this version, and many of those people were in your cabinet, definitely know. Expand inclusion of fertility awareness-based methods and supplies to family planning in the Women's Preventative Services Mandate. I don't agree with this. So I want to abridge this a little bit. So they say that Health and Human Services should more thoroughly ensure that fertility awareness-based methods of family planning are part of women's preventative services under the ACA. Okay, so this particular part, I agree with, right? That particular part. And I think this part would prevent abortion if, and I think mothers should teach this to their daughters, just how to track their periods and track their fertile cycles. And this is what he is talking about is coverage for fertility, or this is what they are talking about, coverage for fertility awareness. So I guess I'm changing my mind on parts of this. I am for no cost fertility awareness coverage or insurance covered fertility awareness coverage. So I guess I want to backtrack on that. They want to more thoroughly ensure that fertility awareness-based methods of family planning are part of a woman's preventative services under the ACA. And I think that's just responsible. They gave so many recommendations that limit abortion, and I am pro-life. But if you're going to limit abortion, then you do have to open doors to family planning for women that are non-abortive. And so this would do that. All right. It says eliminate men's preventative services from the women's preventative services mandate. So basically, if you are a guy in a dress, no, I'm kidding. That's not what it is. What it is condoms. Essentially, now, I'm about to change my mind on this. No, I'm not going to change my mind. You know what? I misread that 2 times. I'm glad I'm reading back through this with you guys. Let me read it again. In December 2021, HRSA updated its women's preventative services guidelines to include male condoms after claiming for years that it had no authority to do so because Congress explicitly limited the mandate to women's preventative care and screenings. HRSA should not incorporate exclusively male contraceptive methods into guidelines that specify they only encompass. Yeah, I do want to go red on this. Ah, no. Don't mess up what I'm doing. Oh, I'm so mad about that. Hold on. Y'all, I'm doing this for real. I'm doing this for me too. Because I read this for myself, even though, we're doing it. All right. It says, eliminate the week after pill from the contraceptive mandate as a potential, it does cause abortion essentially. So I'm for removing it. I know everybody's not going to agree with that, but I'm pro-life, so no week after pill. I'm comfortable with that. Withdrawal when right guidance. So basically, we're not paying for transgender support. And I agree with that, right? No gender transition support, no gender affirming care. I don't think tax dollars should have to pay for that. I do agree with that. Ensure that training for medical professionals, doctors, nurses, and doulas is not being used for abortion training. And they kind of break this down. And obviously I agree with it because it's green. So they want to investigate state medical school compliance with the Coates and Snow Amendment, preventing discrimination against healthcare providers who do not want to undergo or do not provide training for abortion. Totally with that. Nobody should be forced to engage or provide abortion training if they don't want to. Ensure that the Accreditation Council for Graduate medical education, complies with all relevant conscious statutes and regulations that states have taken the affirmative steps to ensure compliance. So again, we're just not forcing people or penalizing them for not engaging in abortive training or providing abortive training. All of these things kind of are saying the same thing over and over again. Something that I rarely did was underline things that I was like really, really down for. Listen to this. I love this. Listen. Prioritize funding for home-based childcare, not universal daycare. It says currently only about half of U.S. preschoolers are on track with their development and ready for school, and more than 1 in 4 children who experience abuse and neglect are under 3 years old. Concurrently, children who spend a significant time in daycare experience higher rates of anxiety, depression, and neglect, as well as poor educational and developmental outcomes. Instead of providing universal daycare, funding should go to parents, either to offset the cost of staying home with a child or to pay for familial in-home childcare. Y'all, I just want to give a standing ovation. I love this. That is why I underlined it. It's green and underlined in red, y'all. I love this. This, to me, is what feminism should be fighting for. This is what feminism should be fighting for. Do you guys know, I told you I, in the past, have done a lot of advocacy for women with children. And one of the hustles that I used to tell, and you guys might have heard me talk about it on this channel, because I have several times spoken about this over the years. One of the hustles I always tell poor women who say, hey, I don't have the ability to stay home with my child. I cannot homeschool. I said, you know what? You kind of have to play the system. What you do is you find another mother and you guys kind of pair up, right? So you use her as your child care provider. She homeschools and takes care of the kids. And that can be her job depending on how many kids you have. Or you guys kind of switch off. So when you work, she's your provider. When she works, you're her provider. And then the government child care assistance programs can be used to basically do what they are suggesting be done. But now you don't have to game the system. If this were to actually come into play, do you know how clutch this would be? Can you imagine the money that would go for childcare going to a mother so she could be at home with her own baby? Oh my gosh, y'all, I love that. I believe that being a stay-at-home mother, that is a job. It is an important job. Nobody will love and care and nurture your child the way a loving mother would. And can you imagine if a woman being home did not burden her financially, that she would receive the same, and it's not a lot of money, you guys. I don't want you to think it's going to be a windfall. But if she could receive the same compensation that would go to her child care provider and stay at home with her own child, amen to that. That is absolutely awesome. Yes, it would apply to fathers too. Yes, it just talks about parents, right? So if the father was the one that was staying at home, yes, it would apply to the father as well. Or if you aren't staying at home with your child, you could pay your mom. You could pay your sister with that money. So that money that would have gone to like Head Start could go to your sister, could go to your mother, could go to, you know what I mean? Somebody that you trust, that you know. This is actually, dang it. I want to highlight this. This is one of my favorite. Let me take a because I don't want to come back to page 500 and something, 519. This is one of my favorite parts of Project 2025. I feel so strongly about that part. Like, oh my gosh, please implement that. That is such a good recommendation. Yeah, I like them having the option to do this too. Like, you know how big of a deal that is? Because really, especially with poor women, they always treat them like they're trash for not working. And it's like, I've never met, maybe you have, a woman who's just given birth or who has a young child who wants to be out working and not be with their baby. I've never met somebody who, like, there's a lot of grandmas out here providing free childcare. Pay these women, please. Please and thank you. All right. Provide education and resources on early childhood health by partnering with new organizations like Center on Child and Family Poverty. And it said, essentially, they want to provide resources and information on the mother and child relationship. I love this. They want women to know you caring for your own child is important and valuable. And your child is a healthier child when they are with their mother. Amen. Teach these men how to be fathers. Let these women know you being a mother is not a second. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you guys heard of the New York Times article on that mother with like 8 kids. She's married to like a billionaire. She like milks her own cows. She's like a beauty pageant queen. And the way that article was written and they tore her apart, the way that people treat, and I feel like I said, I am a homemaker. The way that people treat us homemakers, like we are nothing, or like we got the short end of the stick. Do you know that the womb that gives life to every person on this planet, that job of being a mother is the highest calling? I don't care what anybody says. That is a hugely important job. Birthing and raising and nurturing a human being is a big freaking deal. And I am so tired of it being put down. And I fully support educational resources that empower women and let them know there is nothing substandard about being a mother. In fact, the way we produce good humans is by supporting mothers to do just that. Be mothers. We will pay you to stay at home with your child. We will teach you how valuable you are. This anti-woman propaganda that is often even perpetuated by other women is something that I literally hate it. I hate it. If I hear one more woman calling women breeders or incubators, I will literally rip my head off and throw it at the wall. It's like, what is going on? The self-hate is like palatable. It is palatable to me. I cannot stand it. So these 2 sections, you know what? I'm about to underline that too. Yes, I am. Can I underline it? Oh goodness, I can't. I'll come back and underline it. This file is so big that every once in a while my preview glitches out and I have to like stop the program and restart it, but we're almost done. So I don't want to do, at least we're almost done with this section for Health and Human Services. So I'm not going to shut it down just so I can underline that. But this right here, why aren't they talking about that in Project 2025? Talk about that. That is some good stuff right there. I triple dog dare a liberal to do any of that. Maternal and child health. Currently, the HRSA Maternal and Child Health Program is collecting data on the benefits of doulas. I want to underline this one too, y'all. This is clutch too. Who wants a free doula? Who wants a doula? They want all mothers, even low-income mothers, to have access to a doula. Because research shows that cesarean rates are reduced, length of labor is reduced, and needs for epidural or oxytocin is reduced when women have doula support. So every woman would have access to a doula. If you are receiving government, like they can't force private insurers to do this, but if you are receiving government medical coverage, you could have a doula. Your doula would be covered by Medicaid. This is the type, this is feminism. If you want to know what feminism looks like, this is all the crap these feminists don't even bother with. Like, can the real feminists please stand up? This is why I don't associate with feminism, because they are always doing some dumb, retarded stuff. Feminists are such idiots. They leave out all the stuff that matter, all the things that count, all the things that are important. Okay? Pay women to stay at home with their children. Give them the money to pay their moms or trusted family members to be their kids' babysitters. Do classes that affirm the importance of motherhood and how important it is that women are made and empowered to be able to stay home if they want to with their children. Provide access to free doulas for those women who are poor. Let their medical coverage cover those doulas for them. This is what feminism should look like. Feminism is idiotic at this point. I don't even like feminism. It's really bad when a bunch of conservatives and mostly men get together and can put together a better plan for supporting women who are mothers than a whole army of liberals. I've read about 650 pages of this 900-page document, and I would say that about, honestly, 50% of it is just ranting. So we got to ignore the 50%. That is just them ranting, because that's a waste of time. But of the actual substance of Project 2025, I would say 80% of it is darn good. Some stuff is really though? Are you serious? This is ridiculous. About 20% of it is that. But 80% of it is super on point. Like really, really on point. And I would say about 60% of it, even if you are not conservative, you will be able to get with it. Like everything I just said, even non-conservatives can get with that. So it's actually more bipartisan, like at 60% than people would think. It is 80% extremely good, and it's 20% absolute ridiculousness. I would say that's about, from the 650 pages I've read. I haven't read, about 250 pages of it. Okay. Oh, where did I find this document? It's on their website. It's a public document. You can download it. I'll drop the link at the end of this live. Okay. It says, investigate, expose, and remediate any instances in which Health and Human Services violated people's rights by colluding with big tech. Like, this is part of the stuff I think is dumb. Okay, nobody has money to put toward that. If somebody was colluding with big tech to censor dissenting opinions during COVID, or colluding with the gays, ain't nobody got money to chase these people down. You know when I said, like, sometimes they just do petty stuff that's dumb? This is a perfect example of that. Like, this is just petty and stupid. Like, let's just focus on the work. Nobody has time to pay people to investigate whether or not, there was collusion with the gays, whether or not there was collusion with, with big tech. It's like, let it go. Just move the heck on. That's a waste of taxpayer dollars. Move on, do the good work. This is like the kind of petty stuff, the stuff in red and blue that like I personally, I don't want to be bothered. I don't think it's important. I really don't. Like, just let it go. Let's move on. We don't need to do that. Daniel Price, I've actually read this document. So I will say they do want to cut down a lot of government jobs, and y'all, I'm actually for it, but we're not there yet. We're not in that section. That's for another day. We're only doing the Department of Health and Human Services today. We'll get into the other parts of this. But as a person who's read it, I don't have any problem with what they're talking about in that area for the most part. Some things, like I said, the things I have a problem with, I've put in red. Okay. And let's go. And I will say, I did take the time, and I said this at the beginning of this live, that when programs, bills, or things of that nature were mentioned, if I wasn't familiar with them, I did look them up and read them. Like, I did very thorough research. I've been reading this thing and researching the things in it for, oh my gosh, way too much time, y'all. But you guys know I'm also the person that read the entire California Welfare and Institutions Code. So, I read the entire Social Security Act. Like, I'm that kind of person. Like, I will read all the crap. Okay. When they're like, nobody would ever read this. Me, I read them. I'm just the sort of person that would read that stuff. So they want to install a pro-life task force to ensure that all of the department's divisions seek to use their authority to promote the life and health of women and their unborn children. I am down with that. However, I don't think it's necessary for Health and Human Services to make public statements that abortion is not healthcare. Like, that's just petty to me. Like, it's a waste of time. You don't need to rub it in anybody. And abortion is not healthcare. It's so petty. It's so petty. I mean, I get it. Like, maybe they want to propagandize a little bit, but to me, it's just a waste of time. That's why I have it in red. They say that the Secretary's anti-discrimination policy statement should never conflate sex with gender identity or sexual orientation. I completely agree. It goes on to say, rather, the Secretary should proudly state that men and women are biological realities. Petty. Petty. It's just petty. And that married men and women are the ideal natural family structure because all children have a right to be raised. Look, I agree with all this. I just think it's petty to make all these statements. Like, it's just petty. If you are recommending that the anti-discrimination policy does not conflate sex with gender identity or sexual orientation, then that's all you need to do. We don't need all this other petty stuff. We don't need to proudly state. We don't need to do all that. Just change the freaking, policy statement and move the heck on. Change it, enforce it, move on. All the petty extra stuff, I just do not think it is necessary. I think it is ridiculous, and nobody has time for that. Yeah, they are very petty. Jay, you're loving the pettiness. Y'all, if I really read this document, which that's why I'm not reading the whole thing, it gets very petty in some parts. Like, when you see pages that I have not highlighted, like if you go to, let's see, there'll be a whole stream of pages. Like, you see all these pages over here on the side that I did not highlight. It was just because they were being petty. They were being petty for that whole time. Like, I was up here, I redlined it, and I was reading, and I was like, I don't got time for this. Like, y'all just be going off into these rants. If you want a good laugh, read the whole document. Because sometimes it's like, y'all, you guys are not 5 years old. Okay, like grow up. Okay. They waste a lot of time. Okay. Promoting life and family. In dealing with sexually transmitted diseases and unwanted pregnancies, the focus should be on root cause analysis with a focus on strengthening risk avoidance. With a focus on strengthening marriage, and sexual risk avoidance. I agree. Get married, don't engage in risky activities. Let's scream it from the rooftops. Love it. Also, they want to withdraw all recommendations of support for cross-sex medical interventions and gender-affirming care. Love it. Let's do that. They want to reframe Title X family planning programs to focus on education around fertility awareness and holistic family planning. So again, rather than using birth control and abortions, learn your body, get in touch with how women's bodies work, and you can plan your family without chemicals and without killing anybody. Takes just a little bit more effort. But you know what? If it saves a life and you don't have to dope yourself up, then I'm all for it. In addition, the Office of Population Affairs, we got to talk about the Office of Population Affairs, but whatever, should eliminate religious discrimination and grant selections and guarantee the right of conscious and religious freedom of healthcare workers and participants in the Title X program. Again, nobody should be discriminated against because they don't want to be associated with abortion. It says that Congress should complement these efforts by passing legislation such as the Title X Abortion Provider Prohibition Act, which would prohibit family planning grants from going to entities that perform abortions or provide funding to other entities that perform abortions. I am pro-life, so yes, stop giving them money to kill babies. We are all taxpayers. I don't want my money going to murder, period. Love it. Perfect. You want to kill your baby? You pay for it yourself. Your baby, you pay for it. Okay? I don't want anything to do with that. I appreciate it. Rescind the OCG legal analysis saying that the injunction in Bowen versus the American Hospital Association prevents any proposed Health and Human Services regulations or enforcement of actions concerning the denial of care to newborn infants with disabilities by covered healthcare entities with or without parental consent. Absolutely. If you have a trash parent who does not want care to be provided to an infant that is disabled, we're going to take care of everybody that is alive, no matter how small they are, and no adult has the right to say that we cannot provide care to a child, a baby who is disabled. Rescind the legal analysis restoring 200. Okay, I kind of feel like this is petty. So I actually want to turn this red, like $200 million. Just leave California alone. You gave them $200 million. They got it. It's too late. Whatever. Conscious enforcement. Basically, people who are conscientious objectors against abortion, we're just going to enforce those laws that protect them from being discriminated against and reestablish waivers for state and child welfare agencies for religious exemptions, especially for faith-based adoption and foster care agencies. So essentially, we're not going to discriminate against agencies that are faith-based, and we're not going to discriminate against agencies that are anti-abortion. Love it. Let's do that. And then this just goes into it even more. And that is Health and Human Services. So like I said, as you can see, I will retitle this video with Health and Human Services. As you can see, like I've read the whole thing. And I've highlighted, even if we go way down here to like, the 600 pages, you can see I've read through this. So I will break it up section by section. This section was everything in Health and Human Services, the whole kit and caboodle. This is everything that was there. And I'm not going over the citation pages and stuff like that. Like, you guys are welcome to do that on your own. And somebody asked for the link to where they can find it. And it's on the Heritage Foundation's website. And if you just scroll, I don't even know if I could put a link this long in StreamYard. Oh, I guess maybe. Try to click that link and tell me if it works. Click the link and tell me if it works. So if you scroll down, you'll see where it says available online. They're not hiding anything. I will come back with another live stream. We'll cover a different part. I'll pick a part that I feel really interested in. Like, y'all, I read it all, whether I was interested in it or not. But, you know, some parts I'm more into than others, just because, you know, I think from my own lens, I'm a mother, I'm a woman, you know, so there's some stuff like education. Maybe I'll do the education part next, because I really enjoyed the section for the Department of Education. So yeah, that's what we'll do next. We'll do Project 2025, the Department of Education. This was Project 2025, Health and Human Services. And maybe between that, I'm going to do the live on that one chick I was talking about. So yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check Chaos. But I also put the link in the chat for the download, if you just want to download it. So yeah, with that said, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I will see you for the next stream. And yes, Cocoa Truffles, this will stay up. I want to leave all the Project 2025 videos live. So I'm trying not to do too many. I mean, I did a little side talking in this one, but I'm trying not to do that too much so I don't feel compelled to make them members and Patreon only. But I would like to leave all the Project 2025 things up, mostly because, you guys, I feel like a lot of people are talking about Project 2025, but I don't know anybody that's actually reading Project 2025. And look, I understand it is 900 and something pages long, so I get it. But I do think if we're going to have educated conversations about, do we like it? Do we not like it? Is it just racist? Is it anti-woman? I think that we should know what it says. So I'll make sure to add timestamps in so that if you want to navigate this, maybe come back tomorrow, and I'll throw some timestamps in so that you can more easily navigate it. If you have an interest in going back to some parts, or you just kind of want to know what's covered under Health and Human Services. And then, like I said, next time we'll do the section on the Department of Education, and we'll just move on like that. We'll do one section each live. That way it's not too overwhelming, because it is very long. And it actually is taking more time to go through the sections than I thought it was, but I think it's worth doing. Even if, you know, Project 2025 never gets used, I think that there are some interesting things in there. I kind of pointed out the ones I liked that we should push for. And also just to understand better. I don't love everybody that contributed to this. I don't love every organization that contributed to it. But I do think that, like I said, 80% of it is pretty solid. 60% of it is pretty bipartisan. And, you know, 20% of it is, and 20% of it is just stupid. And those stats that I'm giving are excluding like half of it, which is just ranting, like just random conservative ranting, which I wish they wouldn't have done that. I think a lot of people would have taken more from Project 2025 if they just like stated their recommendations and didn't go into long tangents about like, blah, 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 blah. You're like, oh my gosh, it's annoying to read. So anyway, I will talk to you guys later. Enjoy your night. Cocoa Truffles. Irene, are you still conservative? Yes, I am still conservative. Yes, I am. All right. I'll talk to you guys tonight. Good night. I'll talk to you guys later.